I don't think so.
No.
No, okay.
Rob, I think we're still waiting for Rob. Right?
Thank you. Do we want to give him one more minute?
Well, that's your choice. You're the president.
Maybe he's wrestling with his camera, because remember he had issues with it last night.
He's on island time.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:01. Looks like we're missing Rob and Paula for the record.
And Paula.
Rob and Paula, thank you.
Oh, we're also missing Rich Bailey.
Thank you, Linda. Otherwise, I think the rest of us are here. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I will move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Is that by acclamation? Good. Okay. Before we dive into continuing business, I just want to reiterate that, or not reiterate, but just vocalize that I don't think last night's meeting was our best performance as a board. I just want to remind everyone to treat each other with respect and just keep that in mind when commenting and engaging in our discussions this evening. Are there any other board members who have any comments on that front before we move in?
Yes, I certainly do. Thank you, Andrew.
I had raised my hand. Am I to be recognized?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were just having an open meeting like last night. I apologize.
Go ahead.
It'd be Leslie. Leslie wanted to make a comment.
Sure, Leslie, and then Steffi.
Okay. Okay. And I have been thinking about, how we could have done things better last night too. And we're going to be moving into the committee of the whole again to discuss the budget. And I think we need to remember that this is still a meeting of the board of directors. Unfortunately, we're missing our sergeant of arms, so it's a little more difficult to see who is asking to speak and not interrupting one another. And I also would like to urge respect for one another going forward. And I am going to endeavor to adhere to this principle myself. Next, I do want to apologize to staff for any lack of courtesy that was shown to them. They've been hired to do a job, and I consider them professionals. They're here to explain to the board what they need in order to get their job done and to answer our questions. The organizational structure, which we have in our board orientation book, lays out pretty clearly exactly what their responsibilities are, what the job is that they are trying to get done. And they need, these professionals know what's needed to successfully perform their job, and we need to hear them. Thank you.
Steffi, did you have a
Steffi,
comment?
go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, no, I think we're saying the same thing. I believe Steffi had a comment.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Leslie, for reading that. I wanted to say that, yes, last night was extremely upsetting. And the board will be receiving an email from me because I feel that there were a couple instances where the new board members have been attacked. And I honestly feel like we need to participate in honesty, and that is part of our courtesy. And that that was really inappropriate last night. As a board member, I feel like AJ and I have been disrespected over and over again, and respect is earned. I will try to keep a civil tone. When things go in a ridiculous circle, I will be curt. That is a natural reaction. I also will not tolerate people twisting my words or putting words in my mouth. That's highly inappropriate. So yeah, we do need to work on some things. Thank you, Andrew.
Joshua?
Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, and then Linda, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, I think we need to, I understand concerns, but we need to recognize what is tone, what is emotion, what is all that kind of stuff, because everyone has different speaking voices, everyone has different inflections. And, you know, sometimes a fired debate is good and healthy. Sometimes it's a little uncomfortable. We have a lot of money that's being asked from the community, and you know, I think it's all very important, and everyone handles these things a little bit different. So I would just keep that in mind. You know, some things might not be personal, and it's not always like that. Everyone just has a different way of handling themselves, and their tones are different. So we just I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else to say that, because I know what's happening here, but I think everyone can do a good job at not interrupting each other. I think that would be a great start. But as far as everything else, I mean, we can't mistake someone's tone or someone's vocal inflection for negativity or insults or anything like that, because it could be the exact opposite of what we think. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the comments, and thanks for taking a couple minutes before the meeting to just kind of regroup and press reset, with that understanding that we will treat each other with respect. And it's on all of us board members, if that starts occurring again this evening, to make sure that we put an end to it immediately and think about the way that we're making our staff feel. A good analogy that I put in my head is on the, just specifically speaking to how we make each other feel, is, you know, think about like the Nordstrom of how you make people feel, right? When you come in, that you're treated just so great, and you're approached, and there's a sense of when you come out of that experience at Nordstrom, you have a good feeling, and it's a lasting impression. So I hope we can all put that into consideration for tonight's meeting and future meetings, just to think about how we're making each other feel and how we would feel coming out of each of our meetings. So thanks again. We'll move into continuing
Mr.
business.
President, Mr.
Oh,
President, I'm
go ahead.
sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You said how we are making staff feel. Last night, Norm blatantly interrupted me, and
No, okay, we're done now, Steffi. Nope, sorry. So
Well,
that's
I'm
exactly what
really
I'm talking about. We're gonna move on
Sorry,
now.
Andrew, but you don't just get to silence people and shame them when things happen. Like,
That's
it's not really
insane.
appropriate either.
that's insane.
I'm not silencing anyone by any means,
You just
AJ.
did.
You just
Steffi,
Told her
didn't
she's
shut
done
me
talking.
down.
Stop.
we're not
please.
gonna point fingers this evening, and if that
You
continues,
literally
we
just
will
did.
recess the meeting. Okay, I'm serious. I'm not putting up with this disrespect any longer.
Okay,
And if
Okay, it
other
goes
board
both
members
ways,
feel,
though.
if other
Let's
board members feel
remind everyone
differently,
that it goes both ways.
thank
I-
you.
if other board members feel that I'm acting in any way out of line, please speak up. But I will hold a
do.
bar of professionalism to here, from here on out.
I move that we go into committee of the whole to discuss the budget.
Second,
Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Well, good evening, everyone. How is everyone tonight?
Good.
here,
That's
Awesome.
the question. That's a question. How's everyone tonight? Everyone good?
Hey,
Okay.
quick interruption. I think if it gets uncomfortable for anyone, I think Lisa needs to sing us a song, and then that'll be good.
It'll be ear busting and I'll shut it all down.
It'll be what it'll be. Tonight's rundown, really quick. We're gonna start with rec, parks, pools, and then we go to common costs, which is property, taxes, legal, insurance, operations, which are the views, accounting, security, AC, hazard trees, and then we'll go into capital, roads, and then mailboxes. Then we will be done. So with that being said, there's quite a bit on the docket tonight, a few more items than last night. So let's get this thing going. Maddie, I'm going to turn it over to you. Everybody in your books, you turn to page 27. That starts the recreation department. At that point, Maddie, it's yours.
All right, good evening, guys. So I'm presenting the special assessment budget tonight. We've broken it up into 3 different budgetary departments based on facility. So we have a community center, recreation department, a parks and trails department, and then a pools department. They're all in kind of separate pages, but I plan on talking about those 3 departments combined as a whole, what you're looking at here. So just as a reminder to maybe some of our new board members or people watching who don't know really about the recreation department, the recreation department was funded through a member approved special assessment for just a 5-year period. So that was approved starting May 31st, 2018, and it'll end May 31st, 2023. And so the special assessment covers and can only be spent on the operations and maintenance of the community center, our 2 outdoor seasonal pools, about 20 parks, and about 10 miles of developed trails. So the funds for that special assessment were locked in for the 5-year period it was approved for. So really what you guys are looking at is more of a spending plan here compared to the other departments. So each year, the membership agreed to increase the assessment by 3% each year. So for 2021, the monthly assessment just for the special assessment will be $11.44 per month for developed properties and $8.04 for undeveloped properties. Like the other departments, we're budgeting at 95% collections, which would result in about $391,000 in special assessment revenue. So that's all 3 of the departments combined. We're also estimating about $37,500 in extra revenue from non-members using our facilities, like accessing the fitness center or the pools or renting spaces in the community center, that kind of thing. So if you combine those together, we are budgeting about $620,000. So we're pretty much budgeting at net zero. We're estimating about $79 over income, but I'm sure we can make that up in 2021. So we're budgeting at net zero, essentially. So like I said, in order to better capture how these special assessment funds are being spent, we broke it up by, facility. So that community center one that's on page 27, it covers the building and all the functions inside of it. So we have, the gym in there, obviously. And then we have myself, the front desk staff, and then a custodian. We have several children's playrooms, different multi-purpose rooms. We have the dance barn upstairs, and then lots of clubs and classes take place in there, different community meetings, as you guys know. And then obviously we have 2 outdoor seasonal pools, the main pool connected to the community center, then the quiet pool over by the adult center. And then parks and trails are by themselves. And they have 2 full-time employees, our parks crew. So for 2021, we're not proposing any new staff or additional projects or increasing the scope of services compared to 2020. I'm happy to talk about the different positions that we have, FTEs, or any specific GL questions that you guys have.
Okay. Maddie, couple questions for you. And it's just, and maybe Joel wants to look at this too, is with us collecting at the 95% collection rate, you're really getting above that 3%. You're actually, it looks like from the numbers here, you're actually getting a 6.37% increase over last year. And I know that when we did really well in 2019, you actually finished the year well over what the budgeted amount was. And I just, I'm just saying that's really, you're really getting, a bang for your buck. You're getting a couple other percents of collection there. I had a question with the
Well,
lease.
Linda, just to kind of interrupt you there, I don't
Okay.
think that's accurate, honestly. We're only budgeted for a 3% increase in the special assessment. That was set out by the special assessment. We can't go above that. So I'm kind of confused why you said 6% because
Okay,
correct.
so the amounts per person, you're right, that's only 3%, and that's there. But but the special assessment was also based on 93% collection rate, correct?
Hmm.
So if you're collecting at 95, or anytime we go above that 93, even though the amount set to each one of the members, whether you're developed or vacant, you realize the profit of that increase in collection rate. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Actually, can I jump in, Linda?
Sure, go ahead.
I don't believe that that special assessment measure was independent on collection rates in the language of it.
It wasn't.
I think you better go look. I won't be rude, but I know I went back and looked at the measure today, and it was said that the amounts and stuff were based on a 93% collection rate, just like we do a lot of our stuff. And then
Well, I'm talking about the measure itself, not the budget at that time, but the measure. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, is the full measure stipulated, just like many of our measures do, what that collection rate refers to. You can go look at the measure. I went back and looked at it today. I'm just saying that when we have a really good collection rate every year, do we not put in the budget measure the amount of assessments we're expecting from the special assessment? Yes, we do. Do we collect above that if our collection rate is better? Yes. And if it's lower, heaven knows what might happen this year, then it could be lower. For instance, in 2019, the budget said that we would collect 385,000. Oh, I would have to dig it out, but it was that we actually collected 388,000, almost $389,000. So there actually was $3,100 in extra dues there. And that's all my point is, that you sort of benefit from that increased collection rate. And we do set aside a certain amount every year in the budget is what we expect from assessments. And that's in the budget measure.
You know, that's true, but if the collection rate goes down, then it will also detriment as
Oh,
well.
absolutely. And I said that too, of who knows what's going to happen this year, you know, but
so at
that's all I was trying to point out for 2021. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at the special assessment packet that was approved, and the actual, what we charge people per month is set. There's a table in there.
Yes.
So that doesn't change. That's, I think, where the miscommunication came from is it's set. Like, we can't ask for any more money or anything like that. So that's obviously, well, it's great if we collected it 100%, but that's unrealistic. That's why we set that 95%. And then when you see that GL that says bad assessment or something, that's the funds we don't collect. And that's the funds that we budget to. So I'm not budgeting at 100%, obviously.
Oh, I've got you there. I'm just saying that, you know, it makes a difference, you know, like in 2019, you collected, you know, there was an extra $31,000 in that assessment collected because we were at 97% collection rate.
Right. And what's great about the special assessment is that money stays with us. You know, it can only be spent on the things the special assessment is approved for. So that's not like disappearing.
Yeah. I'm just saying that it makes a difference when we have a higher rate. If we were just at 93, that, you know, you'd be dealing with that.
Right.
But it's just, that's all my point is.
Yeah, and the inverse is true as well, because I believe this year our budget is 92%, right? So we dropped it down. So when the special assessment was approved, we were at a 93 budgeted rate, and then we actually brought it down to 92 for 2020. So yes, the special assessment is affected by collection rate, just like the regular budget is.
Yep.
But the amounts were set. So and then we just budget accordingly based on the anticipated collection rate, I suppose, which will fluctuate.
I had the other question that I had for Maddie was, you have for lease income for Barn 8, is CDK your only lease in there?
Yeah, that's specifically the CTK lease. So when we have people who book rooms, it'll go under a different GL.
Here comes the elephant in the room. So are you planning on using Ken's Cozy Kitchen services this year for helping out? I assume from kind of what I took, and maybe I'm wrong, from the conversation when he asked to be hired, it's to help out with the gym. And if you're going to do that this year, do you plan on putting him in your budget rather than taking his monies out of UDR?
Yeah, so we need to have a conversation with Ken about that and the services he provides at the community center, because I'm not sure if he is actually able to come back because of this COVID pandemic. But that's something we need to discuss with the GM about.
Okay, it's just, we've done, I think it's I know at least 2 years
I think,
Um,
Linda,
out of UDR.
excuse me, Linda, I think you're right.
Sure.
I think it's been, I want to say 3 years it's been UDR. And Maddie's exactly right. I don't know the long-term success of Ken's. That is a conversation we will be having as we get closer to the end of the year. That's a conversation I'll be having with him.
Well, I know, I just would like to see it put in a regular budget if it's something that we're regularly doing year to year.
I think I don't want to talk out of school yet, but I have a feeling that it may not continue.
Okay. Those are my questions.
So going along with that, then Maddie, is your budget sufficient to cover if, let's say, I don't want to go too far down this conversation, but if, let's say, that isn't available anymore, the services that were provided from him, is your budget sufficient to cover whatever needs to be covered in whatever help they were providing? That's not,
Yeah.
okay.
I think it'll be fine. You're not going to see the gym get too dirty. So, and just as background, obviously the community center is closed right now. So we've revamped all of our cleaning procedures in order to meet those COVID requirements. And we've already trained staff on cleaning procedures and employee safety, and they're all on board. So I think it'll be just fine.
Good. Do you happen to know how many acres of park we maintain?
Oh, that sounds like a Jacob question, actually.
Does Jacob know?
Do you know? Oh,
He's not going to answer.
I don't. I'd have to follow up. with
Sorry,
him.
I'm trying to get my microphone on here. The total acres of parks in Sudden Valley that are, so there's some greenbelt areas that are included with parks that don't get fine maintained.
Right.
And I'm trying to find the number in my notes here. I thought it was, we mow about 26 acres of parks and common areas, but there's additional, if you were to look at boundaries, you can find more ground than that.
Yeah, I'm actually specifically looking for maintained space, kind of mowed space, and I had guessed 25 to 30, so I was.
Yeah, right now we're at 26.
Okay.
And I know that was fluid in the first couple of years, but right now we're doing 26.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep.
I have a question on the lease income, which is also just a general question about our leasing policy. Do we have a standardized leasing structure, or is it case by case? Is it based on revenue of the tenant? Just an elevator summary would be helpful.
A lot of these contracts have been in place for quite a few years, and they are done by case. Going forward, we will be working on trying to standardize leases per square footage.
Just to follow up on that, we do have a standardized system for our clubs and classes. But the special ones that have been in place for a long time, like the CTK is really the only one for the community center, is a special case.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks.
I guess I just chime in. Are you done, Andrew?
Yeah, absolutely. Take it away, Josh.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to talk over anyone. Two questions for like when you talk about CTK and leases and stuff like that. Are we actively searching for people to lease out areas of this bill? I mean, when COVID's not happening, of course. But do we actively search for people to do that? Like, is that advertised anywhere other than on the Sudden Valley site? And then second question, I haven't explored the barn that much, but do we have vending machines in there?
Yeah, so go to your first one. We do not actively advertise rental of our spaces. The primary factor for that was there's very limited spaces in the community center. And the big gripe, one of the motivating factors for why the special assessment even came to be was how the YMCA was using that building. They were limiting what spaces our community members could even use. They weren't allowing them to use spaces that they were supposed to be using. So that's one of the main reasons why this came to be, is they wanted to use the Sunshine Room. They wanted to use these multi-purpose rooms for community activities, Girl Scouts, different clubs, classes. So our priority is putting our members first, making sure that they have those spaces available to them. And like I said, we're honestly almost at capacity with our reservations as they are. We have a ton of different clubs and classes, and we just don't have the space to try
Okay.
and get people to come in. And then for your second question, can you remind me of that again? Oh, vending machines.
Vending machines. Do we have any vending machines in that building?
We don't. And that is because right when I first started, I asked about that too. And I was told that none of the vending companies thought it would be profitable to put them in the community center. And then we'd have to try and go down this path of, do we want to purchase them ourselves and stock them and operate them that way? So we don't. But I think that is a potential project that we could definitely look into.
I know it doesn't have anything to do with next year's budget, but I just wanted to put that in your ear. I mean, you guys were talking about Ken, so I'm not sure what's happening with that, but you know, it'd be kind of cool to have, you know, some healthy snack options and juices that people who actually go to the gym, not myself, but you know, that can enjoy those types of things. So
yeah, I can definitely reach back out to some of those companies. We have been tracking all of our use through that facility too. That's something they didn't have before. So I think that could be pretty influential in them, you know,
Okay.
making a decision. Yeah.
thank you.
Plus the park use. There's all the moms out there in the parks. You put some juice boxes, you could get people to come in. I was gonna ask if you would just go ahead and explain how we charge, like fitness class instructors or whatever. Maybe everyone already knows this, but kind of explain that, because some things we charge for, some things we don't, and just kind of explain what that standard lease agreement is.
Yeah, so the standard is all of our instructors that we have, they're renting the space from us. They're not Sudden Valley employees. And that decision was made going into the special assessment because we obviously don't have, that was never a part of the budget to hire instructors or anything like that. So they rent the facility from us. And in order to be with kind of industry standard, what we do is we collect 10% of the gross revenue that they take in from their classes. So that's calculated obviously on a monthly basis, and we charge them for that. For our clubs that are really just members who are meeting to do a certain activity like ping pong or music club or anything like that, if they are members here at Sudden Valley and anybody can participate for free, we do not charge them for the space, because that was kind of the point of the special assessment, is to make this building and these facilities open to the membership that were previously excluded because of how this building was being operated.
Maddie, can you explain why it's 4510 on, I think, page 16 for the rec center?
Yeah.
Why is the revenue off? It was 2020, we had 4,900, and you only have 1,100 expectation for 2021.
Yeah, so if you go 2 lines over and you look at that 2019 actual, that's why we estimated down. We only received just a little over $1,000. And like I said, it's because our gym it's quite small compared to a standard public gym that you would go to, and it's really meant for our membership. So we only get a few people kind of in the Geneva area who use it, or people bring guests from out of town. So it's not a big money maker. It's really meant for our members.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So is that income on that line item is from non-members then utilizing the gym?
That's exactly right. Yeah. So the special assessment allows our membership to use the gym, no extra charge. Same with the pools. So it's only for non-members who were charging. So that's what you're seeing in this rec center, pools income is these non-members.
Okay, and then a few lines up, the facility rentals, is that the renting rooms, like you said?
That's
in
correct.
In
Yeah.
there, is there anything else we do?
Nope, that's
Rent?
like birthday parties, baby showers, that kind of thing. Private rentals.
And then on the gym and pool access cards, are we requiring the members to get new ones issued every single year, or?
No. So once you have that access card, that is your permanent card. Occasionally they get damaged, but with the special assessment, what was decided is each household gets one free card, and every additional card after that we do charge for, because the cards are quite expensive. They originally cost us $8 a card for us to purchase them. Because we order so many of them and Norm has a good relationship with Security Solutions, they brought it down to $4 a card for us. But that is a big expense that we take in every year, is purchasing those access cards.
And why? So it seems to me like that line item would tail off over the years because the people who are using the pool majority of the time would have gotten that. Kind of curious as to why in 2020 we're budgeting $1,500 and now we're spiking that to $4,100 for next year.
Yeah, I get that. If you look at that 2019 actual, that's really close to what we're estimating. And to kind of answer your question, those cards get damaged quite a bit. People lose them, people move. We have people moving in here all the time. It's really not uncommon, just like for Washingtonians and their sunglasses. I have those on me all hand during the summer, and during the winter, they're lost, and I have to buy a new pair every year. So we do see quite a bit of that, honestly.
Okay, and then for the rec center, going down to the salaries, you had said, so there's 3.13 FTEs per Joel's document for the rec center.
That's right.
You had said there's a custodian, front desk, and you. I'm kind of curious as to how that adds up to 3.13 FTEs.
Yeah, let me just clarify that for you. So obviously I'm 1.0. We
Well,
have,
wouldn't you be only 0.9 because last night you told us that you were 0.1 on something else?
you're correct. Thank you. So yeah, it's my time. We have two to three part-time front desk employees, but it's really based on 29.5 positions, so people aren't here all the time. So we have pretty much two part-time front desk employees, and then we have a part-time custodian as well. So it's our combined time there.
Okay.
Maddie, this is a little unrelated to the budget, but maybe as things go on. With the rules of reopening under COVID, do you need more staffing than you currently have? I know we have some hours where it's not staffed, or are you able to make that work with the current positions that you have?
Yeah, so for opening for phase 3, we're going to be looking at different operational hours because we're going to be required to have staff there to track occupancy when the building's open. The the state's really strict about how many people can be within a facility, and we're gonna have to be tracking that, just like I go to Mud Bay to get my dog stuff, and they're keeping track, oh, we got 5 people in here, you can't come in, we're gonna have to be doing something very similar to that. So the option of having the building unstaffed, is not really there.
Okay.
What is the FTE status of the custodian?
He is a part-time position up to 29.5 hours a week. He typically works 13.
So that's a greater than a 0.5 FTE.
Not sure how that works.
Yeah, the janitor is scheduled to be 0.09 FTE and rec.
0.09?
That's correct, yes.
And what are the front desk FTEs then?
So those positions are part-time and unbenefited, up to 29.5 hours a week. So in combination, it makes that 3.13.
There's 2 to 3 people working. What, Joel, what are those FTE?
Talking about front desk,
Yeah,
I would have to know Maddie, because I can just see it by name. I would have to know who they are by name to know. I mean, I could add it up real quickly if I knew who these people were on here.
Well, in total, since we're budgeted for those 2 29.5-hour positions, the 3 people work up to 59 hours a week. They can't exceed that 29.5 because it starts to kick in benefits and that kind of thing. So that's
Actually,
limited to.
It might be easier if I just say it like this. So Maddie's time is 0.89 FTEs. And then the janitor is 0.09, then, the rest make up the difference. Looks like the most FTEs I see on 2 people would be 0.66 for a part-time rec and a 0.31 for a part-time rec. And then the rest are just fairly small, like 0.41 on one and 0.09 and so on and so forth. That make up the 3.13.
okay. Kind of curious. So there's a 0.09 FTE. We have a custodian in facilities who does everything but the rec center. And we were told last night that he spends 10% of his time doing other duties as assigned. Kind of curious as to why he's not just responsible for cleaning the rec center as well.
Yeah, the recreation center is huge. I'd be happy to give you a tour at some time, but it takes a lot more time than I think Chris has allocated, honestly. He has a lot of other facilities to take care of. So that's why we chose to bring on that, custodial position to just focus on that building.
Yeah, but we're bringing on a custodian for 10% time.
Yeah, so like I said, that special assessment, we can't spend funds on things outside of the scope of that. So it can only be spent on parks, trails, and the community center. So that's what makes it kind of hard sometimes. And these budgets a bit more difficult because we have this special assessment that the funds can't be created around.
Yeah, but we just learned last night that we bill salary positions to multiple different departments for, well, it seems like almost every employee that we have.
Bruce, you want to take it?
Yeah, Chris's time is pretty much dedicated to the other buildings, like I said, with 10% available. That 10% does not fit into Maddie's scheduling for cleaning. You can't walk in, for example, and clean the exercise equipment. That has to be done in the evenings or after it's being worked. Those are the type of things. Can't walk into the women's restroom when it's busy. You kind of have to wait till night. So you've got a conflict going on with Chris's normal schedules.
But Chris is cleaning bathrooms and other things as well.
No.
Okay, it seems
No.
the same to me, but that's fine.
Chris does do bathrooms, yeah, like at the clubhouse. He does those in the evening.
In the marina, and so he couldn't just
Same
hop
thing.
into the rec
Or
center.
he'll close down the bathrooms at the marina. Does that help? It's a scheduling thing, AJ.
Yeah, I hear you. And so in parks, there's 2 FTEs. Is that just 2 full-time employees, or,
That's right. Yep, just the 2.
and they're responsible for doing,
Like I said already, the 20 parks, they do all the mowing there. They do all the upkeep of our playground structures. If there people are dumping trash in our parks, they take care of the mutt mitts. They do all of our trails maintenance. We have about 10 miles of developed trails. They work on creating more trail systems. They do our annual parks renovation each year. So this budget does include for one renovation of a park each year. They're going to be starting Cascade Park by next week. So that's kind of the overview, but Jacob directly manages them. So I'm sure he can give more insight.
Yeah, those are correct, Maddie, on their scope of tasks, and they, like I said, the renovations, the parks and trails system, mowing, trash is the majority of their time. Also volunteer, like trail building and trail maintenance. There's a little bit of support of that, and volunteer work that happens in certain parks or trails. There's a pretty active team that does that, so they'll do some support of that. And then, yeah, and I think I've covered everything.
okay. And then in the pools department, there's 1.44 FTEs. Is that all lifeguards?
That's correct. Yeah. So that's all the lifeguards, and it depends per season, how many lifeguards we can actually get. But they're all part-time, non-benefited positions.
And then in that same department, what do we have that runs on natural gas? Is that the pool heater?
I believe our pool heaters, Bruce, are natural gas. Yes.
That makes the most sense.
Yeah. Then we have over at the quiet pool, as well. So it's the combination of chargers for both of those facilities.
Yeah, also don't forget the building heaters are run on natural gas too.
Oh,
What
thank
was
you.
that? Sorry, I couldn't, that was
The
too
building-
quiet.
The building heaters as well, AJ.
The building here, okay. Well, no, this is in pools, not
Yeah.
rec.
Okay.
Huh?
I think he was just giving background.
Yeah, but you're not saying the natural gas for the rec center comes out of the pools budget, right? That's in the rec
No,
budget?
no. They're separated out.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right, I don't think I have anything additional.
Anyone else? No one else? Okay, we will go to common costs. That is on page, that's the first page.
15.
Oh,
I'll unmute my microphone and hope my mom's corgi behaves himself. For those of you that don't know, I'm out of town right now on vacation. Okay, so common costs, the only really big change we're looking at is for insurance premiums, and that's actually really good news. It's showing up as a 15.1% increase, and we're told by our broker, associations our size actually have a really hard time getting insurers interested in us. But we've been very fortunate, and it's not just luck, that we just have had no claims. We haven't had any property claims recently, no directors and officers claims, and we've kept our experience ratio extremely low by tracking, low occurring, low cost claims, things that we could just pay out of pocket that are lower than a deductible, that don't increase our experience. And our 15% is actually close to half of what a lot of people in our demographic are being told. So that's actually good news. And that honestly in common cost is really the only thing we're looking at other than the views, which is not going up significantly at all. It's going up $1,200 a month, but our budget includes that. It respects that. And so there's no increase expected. So that's all I have for common costs.
Hey, Lisa?
Yeah.
Do you know if like ad rates and stuff like that have gone up with the costs of the views?
You know what? I asked them that, and they are going to, I mean, because they did increase, as I said, the first time since 2000, they've increased our retainer by $100 a month. And so I asked them if they were going to be increasing ad rates too. And they said that was something that was under consideration for 2021, but they don't have numbers for us yet.
Okay.
So that could affect our revenue moving forward.
Sorry, advertisers.
However, I know there's been a whole lot of discussion regarding around trying to get that publication out of print so that we're not sending so much paper. So that, of course, could affect advertising revenue moving forward. But of course, none of that is really quantifiable right now.
Lisa, do we have any input into those advertising rates, or is it the responsibility of the publisher to set the rates?
You know, I'm finding that we have really abdicated a whole lot of authority to our editing staff, more than I understood previously. And so I believe it's it is the views that sets that rate, but it's probably a worthwhile discussion with Mitzi and Brent to find out exactly what kind of input we have on that and their justification for those rates. Because honestly, I don't have that answer.
It seems like we should have quite a bit of input, especially if, you know, how much we pay.
Right.
What that input is, I'm not sure, but, you know,
So-
it's quite a chunk.
Given this timing, would you like to set up, especially you, Josh, do you want to set up a meeting with Mitzi and Brent and see if we can talk about exactly what the history is there?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Okay, I'll happily do that. Give me a hint on what you're available. Obviously, I'm out of town until Saturday, but your availability next week, and we'll see if we can set something up.
Okay, I'll talk to you when you get back. Let's do it.
Sounds good. Okay, and is that everything?
I've got,
Yeah. Linda.
I think Andrew had his hand up first and then before me.
I was curious why, so the first line item 403, the BD expense, why are we so much higher in 2020 and then dropping 2020 is way higher than the previous actuals, and then we're dropping way back down. but
Yeah, that's a
still
good.
significantly higher.
I-
What is that?
I can answer
expense
that
actually?
question.
It's a Joel question, so I can defer that to him because honestly.
Now, the reason why is this is purely driven by the set collection rate. So the 2020, that bad debt expense rate is higher because that was set at a 92% collection rate. In 2021, since the collection rate is 95%, that will drop that bad debt expense. And that is just a pure math thing at that point.
So what is that expense exactly then? What are we spending money for to collect the bad debt?
No, bad debt
Or
expenses.
writing it off?
Yeah, bad debt expenses, you could think of it as like writing off dues that we charge for and we can't collect on because people aren't paying it.
Okay, and then I have another question. It's probably Joel again. I'm just kind of curious. So the next line item down with the member assessments, we're showing less in 2021 than we did in 2020, but we're having a higher collection rate. Is that simply because we've seen combined lots and stuff of that nature?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, so we've had some lot combinations and stuff. So the total number of lots dropped.
And then this is probably back to Lisa again. The insurance premiums, that's for our association's insurance then?
It's for all of the property directors and officers, all of the insurance that is required for the association. That does not include any kind of health or medical or
So all those premiums are covered in the
Yeah.
medical line items and
It
the
is a
different
very,
departments.
yes, and it's a very, very long list of what our coverage includes. And that of course is available to anyone that would like to see it.
Yeah, basically in the payroll section, the payroll benefits, that's just medical. So that's what you're talking about, AG, the medical insurance in there.
And that's paying for the medical and we cover premiums, correct?
Only for medical and dental and only for the employee.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
All done, AJ?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay, so I'm looking at 5,400 and I'm looking in 2019, we budgeted $111,133 in the budget. We only spent $106,185.18 from that number on page 13. So the question is, are we kind of overstating this? And I guess I have a question for Joel of what are our monthly insurance payments currently for us per month?
Okay, I'll answer that question. So that line 5,400 for the 2021 budgeted. So how I calculated this 128,076, this is actually a pretty exacting number. So what I did is I took the actual insurance premiums that we have, and I looked at precisely when it was ending. So let's just pretend they all ended in June of 2021, the current rates that we have. So then I only tacked on a 15% rate to the current rates that ended in June for the last 6 months of that year. So this is a pretty exact number in terms of, so I didn't just take the 2020 number and then just tack on 15%. I looked at when each policy ends in 2020, and then I only figured an extra 15% to that for the remainder of 2021.
So I understand, that's what you're telling me. What I was assuming is that, you're going from January to
Yeah.
December, and you're telling me we're kind of we're a January to June and then June to December with new rates.
Oh yeah, that's correct. Yeah, absolutely correct.
Then I have just one more question, and either Lisa or Joel can answer it. So I'm looking at page 13 and the line item number 5,400. But then if I go to, just a minute, hang on. If I go to page 54, which is our all department summary, and I go to that same item, I have totally different numbers for the budget for 2020 and also the budget for 2021. I have, instead of 128,000 something, I'm up to 131,417. Can
Yeah.
somebody please look at that difference and which is accurate?
The reason why is because not all insurance is charged at common cost. Like golf, for example, takes a portion of insurance as well. And I believe facilities does as well. So if you go to those budgets and then add up the 54 line items from those departments, it'll equal
Okay.
that amount.
I looked through some of them and I didn't find any other, but I'll look in
But that's,
facilities.
yeah,
and
that's
golf.
why. And like marina
Okay.
dock fee gets in there as well for insurance.
Facilities. All right, I'll take a look. Thanks. That might explain it.
So Joel, you said that you're saying that you didn't actually do a full 15% increase on that line item, but it shows a full 15% increase.
Yeah, well, so basically, like I said, what I did is I just looked at every single insurance policy that we had, and whenever it ran out in 2021, whatever the remainder was at the end of the year, then I tacked on a 15% increase to that. So it depends on, like, for example, from 2020 to 2021. So like, so this is just the 2020 budget. Keep in mind that 2020 column. So this 2021 budget is actually then looking at, so this 2020, when they did the 2020 budget, they were also estimating an increase from like 2019 to 2020. So when I did 2021 budget, now I'm looking at only the actual bills that we're getting in for insurance. So it won't perfectly match up, between the 2020 budget and 2021 budget, since it's looking at just pure actuals at that point.
I guess I'm still confused how it can say it's a 15% increase when it's really only a 15% increase 6 months out of the year.
Yeah, because like for, so the 2020 budget line item, of course, that's whenever they did the budget in 2020, they just came up with a projected number as well. So in 2021, that number, that 128,076, that's looking at our actual bills, whenever it runs out in 2021, those policies, then I'm just tacking on 15% only for the remainder of 2021. And then it's coming up with a total. And then of course, this formula is just comparing it to whatever the projection was in 2020 budget. So it won't be like entirely kind of apples to apples, so to speak.
It looks like we're running under budget anyway, if you look at 2019. And that's, you know, we've done all of our budgets. I could go back and look at 18, but I just went back and looked at 19 because it was an easy one to go back and see what was budgeted.
Yeah, because when I figured that number, I didn't just look at it and say, oh, what was the 2020 budget? I'll just tack on 15% to that. I looked at the actual policies and what we're paying and when it runs out in 2021, and then what would be the remainder balance, you know, like how many months left on each policy and tacking on 15% to the monthly premium.
But it
equivalent.
is just the 2020 budget with 15% tax.
Yeah, so it's like the 2021 budget is just comparing it to the 2020 budget, that formula, that 15.10%. But that when they did that 2020 budget last year, that was just a projection also. However, this 2021 budget right here is not just, you know, I didn't say 111,270 times by 15 for 1.15. That 128,076 for 2021 is the actual amount of looking at the insurance policies whenever they run out in 2021, then tacking on a 15% increase only for the remaining months of 2021. So this is a
But
it's an exact number.
111,000 times 0.15 is 128,000.
Say that again, AJ.
The 2021 budget amount is literally the 2020 budget amount with 15% tacked on.
Right. And that's
So
just,
you're saying that's not what it is.
that's right.
That's
It's
exactly what it is.
Oh, yeah, but now that number is just, it actually worked out to only looking coincidental in a sense, meaning because like it's just coincident, it's actually just mathematically coincidentally coming out to 15.10% between the 2020 budget and the 2021 budget. But that 2021 budget is only, I only use the 15% for the remainder of those policies in 2021. But but it actually kind of, it really just turned out to be coincidentally very close to 15.10% from the amount.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I got one additional question. The property and real estate tax, that is just for all community-owned parcels then that are on the county tax rolls?
That's right, yeah. So this is just only for what we pay for Sun Valley owned stuff.
Okay. And that, I'm assuming that's not our green spaces and things like that. Like parks wouldn't be on the payroll. It would just be like our golf course and places that have actual value.
Yeah, like lots and things like that area Y, I think it's what it's called right now, that large area down the street from the clubhouse.
So then are the main properties we're paying property taxes on would be like the campground area Y, the rec corridor, the golf course, and the airstrip?
Yeah, right.
Did I miss any other?
Area Z.
Area Z, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joel, doesn't the tax number also include, I think there's a amount we pay for our personal property here in the valley too?
Yeah, that's correct also. Yes, you're right.
Okay, just wanted to
Yeah.
add that in there.
Yeah.
And we're not, I should probably know this as a homeowner, I guess, but we're not expecting property tax increases into next year?
AJ, with you being in the county, you might have a better idea than I do.
Not my department. I
come on.
stick in my lane.
You work in the county. You guys all talk up there. Come on, help me out here, buddy.
That's a whole different building and a whole different area of town.
I can't.
They've
I
trended.
don't know. I guess I find it hard to believe that Washington State is not raising our property taxes on us, because that's just what they do.
I won't comment on that. But I would hope, AJ, if you heard something coming down the pipeline at work, you'd give me a heads up.
I mean, we do use property tax funds, but it's only a minimal amount go to our fund. Most of it goes to EMS services and schools and things like that. So I have no idea on that. But I don't know, maybe it's something we should send an email to the assessor on, or I think it would probably be the assessor we contact just to see. If there's
I
any-
haven't heard anything.
We have a member that works for the county assessor on our finance committee, Lori. And this didn't come up when we were going over it with the finance committee, but the next meeting next week, it might be worth it to ask her if she knows.
I think we should just maybe email the assessor. I guess, I don't really want people like asking me about my job necessarily in Sudden Valley business, but that's just me.
I have a question. Do we charge any franchise fees for utilities? Like for example, some of the internet providers, they're using up key right of way.
That is a good question, Andrew. Actually did an absolute ton of research. Actually, Linda kind of was the one that brought it up a while ago. And we had John, he went all over the place and dug real deep and got involved with the state and so forth, saying, yeah, it should make sense that we should be able to get a fee from Comcast because we own the roads, and just in the city, they get a franchise fee when Comcast uses their roads in order to lay cable. However, it turns out that we are not eligible. And there's plenty of backup paperwork and responses from the state and the government to explain why I can't do that. And John's here with us, and maybe he can give us a little bit more background, but I know he did an absolute ton of work to see if we could possibly make that work.
I think it would ultimately be a legal issue. So get the lawyers involved, and that may end up being a fruitless quest. But there's a lot that goes into that.
So I guess my follow-up question is,
Andrew?
Oh,
I'm totally sorry.
No, go ahead.
Can't you pull some strings on that kind of stuff, Andrew?
Well, I don't want to get too far off here. I just wasn't seeing anything reflected in the budget. But for another day, I guess it's it's my understanding that we don't own that infrastructure, so we're allowing a private entity to come in, take up our right of way, and not only are we not able legally to charge a franchise fee, we also don't own that infrastructure.
I just like to throw, I do not believe the county charges a franchise fee for utilities to be in their right of way. I'm pretty sure it's just an agreement that basically says utilities have to relocate when we have a project that says they need to relocate, and it has to be on their dime basically to relocate. And I'd also like to point out that it's a slippery slope when you start dancing on Comcast toes. And if you want to be the responsible one for raising all of our rates in the valley because we want to charge a fee, you might have some angry people coming down on you. I would contend we should discuss with Comcast group rates for everyone in the valley as opposed to franchise fees, because they are our best service provider as far as speed and stuff like that. They would be, if we could get everyone a 50% rate reduction on internet, which is, a pretty necessary thing these days for most people or something, it'd be an interesting thing to reach out to the community to see if they'd be interested in us pursuing some sort of agreement like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I was kind of going with that, AJ. So I appreciate you mentioning that. And no, I'm in no way suggesting that we raise fees and, try to get that cost passed on to the end user, which would be all of our members. Again, I'm just looking for what we're doing right now from the budget standpoint. So, but I do agree we should have that conversation and ask the community. I think that's a great idea.
And our intent was just to do the research and just to find out what the options were.
Also, Mr. President, I just want to mention, I think Steffi's been trying to come into the conversation. She's had the little hand raised. Steffi,
That's okay. We've moved past that. Like,
okay. If you could physically raise your hand, I think I'm the only person who can see a panelist's raised hand icon. So
Okay.
I see it.
I can see it.
You do? Oh, okay.
Now I can that I open the panels like slide thing or whatever.
Oh, it's okay. We're so far past that. And I think I forgot to take my hand down because then I got my question answered and I was like, oh yeah, okay.
Okay.
But thank you.
I
And
just
also
wanted to-
I wanted to say, just to add in on that last part, I don't think anyone took it that was the intent. I was thinking like that was more of a warning, like, oh wait, if we mess with Comcast, they're pretty ruthless. I don't think
they are.
I think it was unintended. We would
We do not want to go down that road with them. Nope.
Originally, the way we were reimbursed, Sudden Valley used to operate their own cable company.
tell us about that.
I'm glad we don't do
You
that.
just gotta look back far enough, folks.
Yeah,
And
you
we've been with different companies, and Comcast is the latest. We used to have, John, where you sit by Lisa's office there used to be a whole, and Norm, I will remember this, Channel 10, our own Channel 10 that we had here. And that was part of the agreement. And that was like what Comcast gave us support for and everything else. If you go to our Channel 10 now, it's like just local Bellingham news. And it's like they just wrote it off. But that was kind of the little bit of benefit we had, is we were able to have our own little television station.
It's
And it was
so
all analog. It wasn't digital.
Yep.
Can I
It
ask?
just streamed board meetings the whole time.
You can stream anything on them because we had it in the community I was in back east. We had our own TV channel and it was pretty cool. We would just put rolling stuff on it with music.
Like public access TV.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was cool. thing.
Digital gate sign.
Yep, and that's exactly what it would be here. It'd be a visual gate sign. It would just be on a rolling feed with music in the background, and it was a pretty neat thing.
The Yuletide Christmas
it was
log.
neat.
I have one more question. Is this where you would take the new stormwater tax into consideration?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, we probably need to factor that in.
Yeah.
I think most of our properties are probably going to fall under that large category of the highest.
Well,
Pervious is-
we'll work with the water district on that, but yeah, that's where that probably.
That would be the county, Joe.
Yeah, it's the county who has imposed the stormwater tax, and the water district is also paying the tax.
They're paying part of ours as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's something I'll
we're
have
paying
to-
some of theirs, they're paying part of ours. It's a whole
I'll look at
negotiation.
That might change that number just a little bit. Okay. Anything else? On common costs, and we've already touched on operations and views a little bit. Unless Lisa wants to touch more on the views.
No, I think we covered it. And I think it's a great idea to get with them and get with head of communications, which is Joshua, to talk about advertising.
The next one is Joel with accounting.
No, it's operate. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, Joel with accounting.
Okay.
I think it's operations next.
I was going to say it's admin, isn't it really?
I think you skipped over my department.
Where?
I don't mind.
I don't have admin on mine. All I have is
Page-
operations.
That's admin. It's on page 36.
But I don't have it on the list.
Page 36, Joe.
not on the agenda. It's not on the.
It
agenda.
is.
That's fine.
Okay, take a look at the top of page 36. It says SVCA operations admin.
Okay. Sorry, Lisa, I didn't mean to skip over.
No, you know what? I'm so fine with that. If everyone's happy with the budget, let's just move on.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize.
No worries. I have a feeling you guys have poured over this pretty well. Obviously, we're not asking for any increased staff. We are not asking for any. I mean, the only increases are the ones that are, the payroll taxes and payroll benefits. And of course, we've already discussed the potential of a salary increase. And obviously that's a request. It's not a mandate. Other than that, as you can see on top of page 37, there's been a large decrease in recruiting expenses because as we mentioned in the finance committee meetings, we had per board approval purchased the use of a pretty spendy piece of software that we're finding, especially since we're not calculating any kind of increase in headcount or significant salary increases. We have disengaged with that company, which is a good savings for us. So I'm just gonna, there's probably lots of questions, so I'm just happy to answer whatever you've got.
Which software was that?
It was PayScale. It's
Okay.
like the best software out there as far, and I still have it. I mean, obviously we're not going to be paying for it for much. I mean, we're not paying for it any longer, but I still have it for the month of July. If anybody wanted to come and see how it works, but it's the most comprehensive and it's actually real human beings. It's not just entering a number. There's people that their entire lives is just going out and benchmarking positions and finding out what fair wages are. And they've been great for us, but it's not a needed. And we don't have the kind of recruiting that we do is not going to require the use of it for the 3 years.
Are we completely clear of that town hall junk?
Town hall junk?
Yeah, town hall, the app that was
Town
purchased.
Square.
Oh,
Town
keep
Square.
Town
I'm
Square.
sorry.
I don't know. That's a question for Joel. I know that our admin staff have been people will say, hey, how can I get into that? And we've really kind of steered people away because it's a dying thing. It was not, it wasn't what they sold it as from what I
Right. Yeah, I knew there was some issues with it and I knew there was issues getting off of it. So I wasn't sure if that's been cleared out. I have another
That's a Joel.
question.
Joel should be able to answer that though. I don't.
I can answer that question. So, yeah, we still have Town Square and people still use it. So we kept it online.
How many people do you think are using it?
You know, I asked Gil that question and he said it varies, week to week, but sometimes it could be 20 or so, like 20, 25 or so that use it.
Okay.
So, I mean, so enough people are using it at this point to
pay their dues.
Yeah. I mean, of course they pay a fee, when they use that. So they're the ones that pay like the service charge.
Right. Okay. And then another question, when we're talking about software here, maintenance has their software, we're talking about software and admin. Has there been any research done on cross-department software?
Yes. Are you talking about kind of an intranet?
I don't know.
Okay, well,
I'm
I
a
can
visual guy.
Okay, well, this is brand new and we are just rolling it out and it's the we switched over payroll companies. And Joshua, if I am going off the rails and not relevant to your question, stop me.
No, it sounds like you have control of this.
Okay, well, we integrated a new payroll system a year and a half ago, and it's HKP. It's iSolved is the company, and it's I love it 50 times more than ADP, and it's been a kind of a learning curve to get everything. And then there's glitches, of course, but it's a really good comprehensive software. It also includes training modules, benefits tracking, things like that. Well, I have been on the hunt for a long time for a performance evaluation software that would integrate with our payroll. And lo and behold, they have one. It's called iSolve Mojo. And it is an intranet, it's interdepartmental, and it acts almost like a social media environment for the entire company. So everyone has a wall. There's a praise wall where someone can just like type in, so everyone can see, oh, so-and-so did a great job. Or I'm just now getting trained. I literally had my first training before I left for vacation. It won't be implemented until probably the beginning of fourth quarter, but it has the potential of really uniting all the different organizations, including work order. It's not, Bruce, don't get scared. It's not even gonna close to replace the system that you got in, but it's just more open communication between departments. And from what I really hope I'm not wrong, but from what I'm seeing in the initial training sessions that I've gone through, it's really going to be an extremely useful intranet tool and interdepartmental software. And the cost is really, really, really low, under $1,000 for the whole organization.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I was just thinking, I mean, this is probably like way out there, but you know, I know they talked about maintenance software, and I just wondering if there was something that can help calculate some of the things that maintenance does with tracking that also works with, I mean, that might, you know, I don't know how that stuff integrates with each other, but you know, something that where you can spit out reports from each department. I like the idea of being able to communicate with each department that way. But I just, you know, I just figured I'd ask.
Hey, Josh, are you looking for something that like on a maintenance software where you would have hours tracked to jobs or codes or something like that? Is that what you're?
I don't know. I mean, you know, I mean, and we used to use this software that run the gamut for marketing companies. So it's like as a designer or a creative director or something, they would use portion of it. And then you'd have a sales team that would use some of it too. And this connects all the departments. And I mean, obviously admin and maintenance is completely different from each other, but we had those types of departments as well that are just completely, you know, I don't do sales, you know, I'm on the creative side, but the software would integrate each department. And it's like, you have this one hub that can oversee everything. So I'm not sure if there's something like that out there, but it might be something worth to look into in the future, at least so that everyone's on the same page at all times. You know what I mean?
I think that's all we really want.
Do you have to remember the name of the software?
Oh, the software we use wouldn't be used for this type of organization, but
If the company wrote it, if they wrote their own script, they might be able to, they might do other script.
I don't know. I mean, I'll look into something. I'll ask around. Bruce,
Josh, would a SharePoint be too simple for what you're looking for? Like just like SharePoint or?
well, I'm not looking for anything. I mean, I don't know what's out there. I was just trying to figure out if there's a way to consolidate some of these things so that if, Joe, if you needed something, you can go in there and just get it, or, you know, it seems like one organization should have something that goes across each department, you know?
Multiple platforms for different departments that keyed up and report.
Right.
Can I jump in for a quick minute?
Yeah, of
Just
course.
Bruce. Yeah, it sounds like you're talking about Maximo or SAP. That's more close to what you're trying to do here. With that said, watch out. It not only gets complicated, but very costly.
Yeah, I don't want to cause any costs to anyone. So I don't want to go down that road, but you know, I don't know. I get these little nuggets in my brain that I got to spit out.
I think Lisa's on a good track.
That sounds good.
Josh, you and I can talk, but let me look across a couple of the industries that I'm members of. There might be something where we can get with a company that does their own script, and maybe they have something already canned that we could look at, maybe trying to incorporate.
Right. Okay. I mean, Bruce, do you? Sorry, we're going off here. Mike D'Angelo would be so mad at me right now.
Whoa, wait a minute. Josh, like 10-second warning. How's that?
Okay, 10 seconds. Bruce,
Okay.
I mean, how is the maintenance software? Are you in love with that, or does it cause you problems?
Causes me problems.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Actually, I'm looking at something that might be more relevant, simpler, and less costly.
Okay.
When we picked up C3 And I know we still use that for accounting, and I know somebody said, let's switch. I thought that they had different things that you could do. That C3 is supposed to be for homeowners association, and there's supposed to be platforms for different things, but I don't know if it costs when you pick up a certain, like if we pick up the maintenance one that handles maintenance requests, that sort of thing. There's another one where in theory, and we talked about it for a while, that with C3 board members can only look at, but you can get into accounting and look at read-only current information,
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, generally, Linda, when companies do that kind of stuff where they have a base program, all the extra stuffs are generally a la carte. They're, Jonas and, Jonas System it does homeowner stuff across all platforms. There's another company called Abacus 123 that does just homeowners and accounting and billing and access cards. Another one is North Star that is more geared to the hotel side, but they also do homeowners. So there are other companies out there, but generally what happens is you have your base program and then all your other extras are platforms that you have to buy a la carte.
Yep. And, and sometimes they're reasonable and other time they're just crazy. Yep. I know when we first started looking at C3 and looking at EMB and all of that sort of thing, that, they wanted us to switch over, and I wouldn't make that commitment because the first commitment we made to them was only a year. Then when they renewed after a year for 3, they made them switch over. And that kind of got to be a nightmare that nobody knew about, but it's, it's something to think about when you switch all of the software over, because normally accounting is going to be the one that's just really going to take a hit from that sort of thing.
Yeah, accounting, point of sale. I mean, it's free education, but accounting, yep. Yeah, the accounting side, unless they have some really good canned reports in there and they're already systems, yeah, accounting would be the one that would want to not like us if we did that.
Yeah.
All right, let's move it along, guys.
I have a quick question for Lisa, if I can, and then I'm done. There's a huge increase in 5385, which is the medical. Is it just because more of you are taking the medical?
No, Joel can explain the calculation. I freaked out when I saw that too, because the benefits they're only calculated to go up 15% across the board. And that even then, as I said, we've been fortunate every year. I mean, this time of year, I contact our broker and ask her to look into her crystal ball and see what she can see for next year. And every year she says, wow, if I had a crystal ball, I'd be at the track. But she does give us, feelers and everything else. We've never had to go over that 15% before.
Oh, sorry, Lisa. I think the year before that, I don't think you were on medical at the time.
I was not. And that could also, that might be, that is not an anticipated continuing increase. Last year, I had to go off of my current benefits because of the divorce. So I'm on benefits unexpectedly. It wasn't budgeted for. So that's way more information that I hope to share. But
that's why I asked if there were just more people taking benefits,
right.
We have new employees.
Yeah. And then also Joe went on our benefits too. And
okay.
He had previously been on his benefits back east, but that had to stop. And those were not budgeted for because they were unexpected in the year, but they are budgeted for the next year.
Okay, that's perfect. I don't even need to know individuals, just if it's more employees on the plan.
Well, I didn't want it to come across as we had more employees because we don't.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, Lisa. I forgot about any HR implications.
No, it's all right. I'm not worried about it.
Thank you.
We got a couple questions. To follow up on the town hall thing, because I'm not really sure where that would fall necessarily. Was that like a one-time fee we paid for that program? Do we pay monthly moving forward?
Annual, I think.
And how much do we spend on that?
I recall, and Joel, you probably know better than I do, but I recall when it got started, it was only about $600.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that to see what the town hall contract. What page is that on?
All right, well,
I
all
don't
right.
know that.
What was that?
Yeah, I don't know that question or the answer off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious as to like what our expense to benefit ratio is on only 20 to 25 people paying their dues on there. Okay, so there's 5 FTEs in the admin department. Is that just 5 full-time employees then, or?
Oh, and yeah, we have 5 full-time everyone We don't have any, any split departments or anything like that anymore. It's
Everyone's full-time, no part-time?
Nope.
Okay, and then I'm just kind of curious, the salaries on the beginning of this booklet were assumed to go up 3%, but we're showing a 4.46% increase here.
And I don't know why. Joel, is that something that you could answer?
So when I did
last
that,
year?
it was kind of like how I did it with insurance. I just looked at exactly what the rates were and tacked on 3% is how that calculation is turning out.
Yeah, but then we're coming.
Meaning, so I didn't look at the 2020 budget and add on 3%. I looked at the current rates and put on 3%.
Okay, so wouldn't that mean? I don't know. Sorry, I'm not sure what the question I want to ask, but that confuses me a little bit how we still have 4%.
And I'd like to, and I'm probably speaking too much, just reiterate that 3% increase is simply a request if it is at all possible to do so, depending on the economy. It's not suggesting that we're going to do it no matter what.
Okay, are we ready to move on, or are there any further questions?
No questions?
Wait,
Okay.
Lisa, wait. Lisa, will you repeat what you just said, please?
Oh, about the request for increase in salaries next year?
Yes.
Okay, let me just put it this way. If this budget were for next month, that request would be completely off the table. But we don't know what's going to happen next year, so it would be foolish not to just ask. Because if things go fabulously and some miracle happens and the economy just skyrockets, it would be great to have that in the budget so that we could do that if it were possible. However, this is not to say that just because we agree to have this in the budget that we're going to spend it no matter what.
Right.
It has been to be fiscally responsible and not make any changes that would be harmful. But it would be kind of shooting ourselves in the foot just to take it out based on something that we don't know that could happen a year from now.
Okay, thank you. I just thought it was important to repeat that because I caught it and I was like, that needs to be repeated.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Onward.
Onward and upward. Joel, you have accounting.
Accounting is on pages 19 and 20. Of course, like I said in the finance committee meeting, we know that this one's all right, so we don't have to worry about this. But you'll see in accounting, no changes with the exception is just as talked about before with all the other budgets, salaries. That's the only change in the entire budget for accounting from 2020 to 2021. Everything is basically kept flat. So it looks like a total department increase of 1.91%, purely driven by payroll and benefits. Do you have any questions on accounting?
Sorry. I'm kind of curious why title and recording fees come into income for accounting.
Okay, so this title and recording fees, this is when people purchase a new home here, how it's the $125 plus the 1/4 of 1% that we charge the buyer of the home. That the $125 part of that comes into this GL right here, 4240. And then that 1/4 of 1% goes to capital income.
So
Why
Joel,
is that accounting's responsibility?
I don't know, actually, that's basically how it was set up, I guess, in the initiation of this fee coming in.
Well, wouldn't it be to get that new homeowner? I mean, that part of it is to cover any paperwork that's needed, and wouldn't it be to get that homeowner into the system for
Oh, sure,
billing?
yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, because Gil in AR, of course, is processing all of that.
Gil would be, AJ, what Gil's, he does all of our member relations with the billing and everything as that goes. So if you have a question about your bill, that would be down in Gil. So when new homeowners come in, Gil is their contact to get their billing set up.
Yeah, so actually from that standpoint, if you just look at who and what department processes all of that, and then apply that revenue to whoever does it in what department, that would all go to accounting based off of that alone.
Okay. What is the payroll service fee for?
So the payroll service fee is for our payroll provider, HKP, HBK, one of those two.
HKP.
HKP, yeah. So basically what they're doing is they're handling the actual, they're doing the groundwork in terms of like filing all the quarterly reports and all of that stuff and issuing out all the payroll. Basically, they're our information platform that we're using to process payroll.
Question for you, Joel. Do they do the W-2s on the employees and
Yes.
all the quarterly statements that get made for sending in your state requirements and all that for taxes?
Yes, absolutely. They certainly do. So they take care of all of those reports.
And
And
paid
all- and
family
all-
medical leave as well.
Okay. And this number is actually, we don't find this in any of the other departments. That's solely in accounting for
That's right.
the
Yeah.
association wide.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a couple other questions. So there's 3.75 FTEs in the county department. What does that employee breakdown then? Full-time, part-time?
So basically what that is there's me, there's accounts receivable, there's AP payroll, and then the remaining 0.75 FTE is the collection specialist.
And then I'm kind of curious what the other professional services is for.
Oh, 7095. Okay, so typically what they would bill to this would be, especially during like audit preparation and stuff, when someone is brought in here from Express, that's where that would show up down here. And like, for example, also like for 2020, that $202.98, that's actually where I hit it for filing 1099s and like federal income tax extensions and things like that. I'll put it to that as well. But that's all that really goes to that line item. The big meat of that would be any temporary type labor who came in to assist during audit times.
Are we ready to move on?
Any other questions? Okay, at this time, I'm turning it over to Norm, and he has security.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So much like the presentation you just got with accounting, the ACC and security budget is pretty much a flat budget. The only things reflected in there are the 3% merit increases if we are able to do that. Of course, the forecasted increase in insurance, health benefits. There are no new FTEs to this department. To answer your question on the accounting, you had 3.75. I pay the 0.25 for the accounting clerk. She provides administrative assistance for me under correspondence to the members under the compliance program. And no change in the Pacific Security contract. The difference between this presentation and finance is the hazardous tree budget has been put back to its original funding level of 60,000 for this year, based on her scope of work that she has lined out that she is going to try to get accomplished when she can, based on current conditions with COVID and contractors, et cetera. As you'll notice from pages 43 to 45 in your binder, on the far right, you'll notice that most of our stuff is set at 0%. We're not asking for anything other than what we've already had for this year. So with that, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take those.
So you said the compliance person in accounting, is 0.25 of your FTEs, and then you have you and another full-timer, or?
Yes, I pay for the ACC specialist time, Jenny Torres.
Norm, have we had a conversation with the security people this year about any increases in charges from them for next year?
We have, and we also had a very lengthy conversation as we went into 2020 with their rate increase. As you know, that was a significant increase due to minimum wage. And they also tacked on a usage fee for their call center, which can be up to $500 a month. It hasn't hit that during this budget cycle, but there is a potential of that is there. They also informed us at that time they were no longer going to insure their drivers in Sudden Valley. So that came on our radar as well, even though they're in our vehicles.
And, question, are you done?
Certainly, well, I'll be glad to take that.
No, I'm sorry. Whoever was asking you questions, I was wondering if they were done.
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. So, so they're driving our vehicles now?
They are.
Okay. And did we lease those vehicles? Were they their vehicles, the Pacific Security vehicles? Because now we have, what do we have now? And what was it?
So since the inception of this contract and prior to that, when Sudden Valley had its in-house security, Sudden Valley has always owned the vehicles.
In the year?
They have owned them outright. In fact, you will notice on the capital program, when you go there and look at the things on the reserve study, the security vehicles are in there. So they are Sudden Valley owned. With that, they are maintained by Sudden Valley and they are fueled by Sudden Valley. Could Pacific provide that? Certainly, but that would be more dollars on a contract that is already getting very expensive.
Right. And what was just out of curiosity, did you have a response to them when they imposed all these increases?
Yes, we did.
Can I chime in on that one?
Yeah, I'd like to hear it. Actually.
I will give it to Joe.
Boundaries,
It
Norm.
feels pretty hefty.
It's awful.
We had a beautiful meeting last December, 10th, 11th, 12th, somewhere in that area with them. And they hit us with all these changes. It was not a very good meeting. We were pretty much blindsided. They hit us on the back end with all of this stuff. And it was a little bit of a heated meeting, but we checked in with insurance and we did all of our legal end and all that. And unfortunately, they are in their right to do what they did with the driving and all of that. The call issue comes from Sudden Valley with all the calls that they make to their dispatch center, which they own. So
They kind of have us over a barrel is what they think.
Steffi, they have me way over a barrel.
I don't like that position.
I don't like that position either. And Norm and I have kicked around some ideas, but
Oh, good.
at this time, we're not quite ready to present that. But yeah, I don't like the position they backed me into. And
No.
the kicker was the fact that we have to insure our vehicles. They can damage our vehicles and there's no recourse from them.
Yeah, and that stance they took on the insurance side has also contributed now to the administrative side, because when they send anybody out here for training, we make them submit a driver's abstract, which Lisa now has to clear through our insurance provider. So we've assumed all their administrative capabilities for their drivers, and it's you're correct. They have the timing of when they spoke to us about this purely benefited them and put us in a position right now that we're not excited about. And we have looked at options and will continue to do so. But currently we're kind of in this position where we're not comfortable.
Okay,
Hey,
good to know you're working on that.
Yes,
Can I
sir.
ask a question?
Sure.
How many, and excuse me if I should know this, but how many security people do we have going at one time from this company?
One officer per 8 hours of time, 3 times a day to cover 24 hours. So that's what we're paying their billable rates for, which is not what they're paying their people, obviously. And it provides the most minimal of coverage for an unarmed service, which, since they are unarmed and meeting Washington state law, that pretty much puts them in an observe and report status, which is a benefit to the community.
And then, does this one person take calls or are you taking calls too?
It's a little bit of both. Their dispatch service fields the call. They will put them through to security, and we have a set of SOPs and standing orders that certain things they will respond to in kind on their own. Others, they need to let me know. And some of those, based on the more complicated things like tonight, I have a report going on right now of a beach fire at AM/PM on the trail. Because of the potential for a safety issue, they notify me directly. And if it gets to a life safety issue, in particular with a response from Whatcom County Sheriff's Office, I end up, the GM or the designee will be conferenced in on that, because we need to have that assurance that we're covering all of our bases. So yeah, that puts a burden on staff, but that's the thing we have to do.
These guys don't carry firearms, right?
No, that would be a much higher rate that is right now with the requirements that we have for them, it wouldn't justify the expense.
Okay. And then, I mean, there's no sense of adding to this because it obviously seems like a really bum deal, but there's nothing that they can really do about speeding, right? Or anything like that?
With the current complement of officers, their company, when we first reduced several years ago back to the current standard of one officer, their company balked greatly at doing anything with traffic enforcement, because traffic enforcement is one of the higher risk activities. And they balked at that, and we had to more or less agree with that safety standard, because when you're doing a contact of a person that may or may not know they're speeding, they can react, well, they can react all over the scale. So you don't know what really you have. So that's why that was dropped by agreement between Sudden Valley and Pacific Security.
Okay, and then in the, if you had in the perfect world, what would you like to see happen as far as our security goes?
I would like to bring it back into the corporation, and the model Joe is used to, that he came from, would be a fit for purpose model for the association, where you would have a security officer that's a first responder, been trained in basic search and rescue, basic medical. You would have a sufficient number on shift to enforce our rules and regulations, which we don't have now. And the other advantage is because they are no longer contracted, they are now officers of the corporation, which means they can issue citations, unlike now where they cannot. With those citations.
I'm so sorry. And that would take a really big vote to make happen, correct?
I would need to present you with a business case to justify why we would want to do that. And at that point, you would have to examine that on its merits, determine, and this kind of goes to direct AJ with long range planning, what the requirements and needs of the community are. Based on that, that would be the input that would be needed. But where costs are going up and services are not. That's just a simple way I can put it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Norm. I appreciate it.
Norm, this is Rob. Kind of dovetailing on Josh's question. Under the contract, are you able to provide direction to the officer that's on the shift itself? So if there was something you wanted as the manager, could you direct them to do that?
I have to be very careful in that aspect because, as you know, co-employment is against the law federally. I can provide them guidelines and processes such as on this recent 4th of July, give them rules, give them a patrol strategy, safety plan, what you do in contact with that. But if it comes down to, for example, if they can fill a shift or not, I can't direct that activity by law.
Right. So I think what I'm saying is if based on something happening during the day or in the evening, can you I'm trying to think of the right term from kind of a management term. Can you provide management direction? Say, I need you
Delegate.
Yeah, that's a good one, Steffi. Can you delegate to, or can you say, I need you to go check on this particular issue or whatnot? Can you, in other words, are they kind of dotted line to you?
Yes, they are dotted line to me for a matrix management style. I can delegate that activity. For example, if we get a report, and oftentimes these reports come in via social media, which I appreciate. I do read it. I may not respond to it, but I do read it. But we get a report, say, of a suspicious activity. The residents may not call. They're a 24-hour dispatch, but I can task direct them to do that, which I did tonight on the fire at the AMPM Beach on the trail. That did not come to their dispatch. That came via social media. So I do have some latitude on that. However, I can't order them to take on other services without having a discussion with their management. As contractors, it is a contract. It always opens itself up for discussion, and everybody here that's dealt with a contract knows that can work for you depending on your relationship. And having come out of the security business, it can also mean you have to add dollars to that contract. So we have to be very careful what we do.
Sure. And from an accountability standpoint, does the officer or the security officer provide some sort of report saying where they've been? Something you do to say, there's a designated pattern that they're patrolling. And
Yeah.
in essence, I'm sorry, I mean,
Short answer, Rob, is yes. One of the things that they use a system called TrackTix, which is based on their data device, which allows for scan points for patrol areas, and also their phone provides GPS data. And when they respond to an action, let's say a report of a barking dog, they are required to write a report. So reports I get a lot of because of this fact that under Washington state law for an unarmed security officer, it's observe and report. And report is something that they do well.
One last question, Norm. If I've got my boat in the driveway and it's been there a couple weeks and someone's complains about that, do the security officers investigate that, or who investigates that?
I send them to do the following laminated process. One, document that the article is actually as the complaint is filed, so a report's written. Two, we will leave a notification on a illegally parked conveyance that is a violation. Then we will be notifying him with the resident via an inquiry process to determine what is going on with it. Oftentimes I find out, especially with newer residents of Sudden Valley, they're not familiar with the rules and regulations. They have come from other parts of the country, other parts here. So a discussion is serious with that. We talk about that. And if the activity increases, then there's a laminated set of fines and citations that occur.
That's good. It's great that there's an educational piece in that and that there's interaction and communication. So thank you, Norm. Those are the questions I had.
No problem. I think HA has been raising his hand a few times.
Go ahead, Linda. We're like same time.
Okay.
Okay, I just have a quick question. So I'm understanding that we now have to insure Pacific Security's patrol people that we have under our insurance. We provide them with auto insurance on our vehicles.
I will turn that over to Lisa.
Okay, we always have. So just as a note, anytime a new security is on duty, I took a copy of their driver's license and submitted it to our insurance because they are driving our vehicles. However, we've had a number of incidences where their drivers have caused damage to our vehicles.
Yes.
And it's their fault. And like when our security car got taken out by a sliding car on the S curve during that snowstorm a couple years ago, that was not their fault. So that was the person whose car hit it, whatever. But a couple of times their security officers have been careless and they've bumped into something or hit a door or whatever, and their insurance has covered that. Now it won't. So the infuriating thing I'm sorry, I used that word. But the thing that's been a source of contention is that they have already caused damage to some of our vehicles and they've had to pay for it. And now we're told, and we do not have an option, that if they do cause damage to our vehicles, it's going to be our insurance that covers it. And we don't have another recourse.
No, it's not a good situation.
Okay, so then I have one more question. So when you take on our employees, you also drug test them, don't you?
We went through this year. It is not mandatory. So we went department by department to see it's our safety sensitive positions are drug tested. So anyone
I'm
that's
saying, and that's why I'm saying with these people that, number one, we have no recourse to their insurance for anything. Shouldn't we know if they're driving our vehicles, we're insuring them? And like you said, there's times they've been careless. Shouldn't we have the right to drug test them?
They are drug tested through Security Pacific does drug testing and background testing before they send them to us as part of their job.
Yeah,
So
it's a state law too. Then.
Yeah.
But then there's the question, you've said that there's times that they have had issues. I can remember seeing one of our vehicles on somebody's large boulder in their front yard on the S curves going up on Sudden Valley Drive. I see you smiling, Joe. So that's an incident. Are you allowed, who tests them after there's been an occurrence?
We send them directly back to Security Pacific and have them drug screened at post-accident.
Yep. They have to. They have to.
Just checking, folks.
Yeah. They're the employer, so they're the ones responsible for that. But just like when the employees through temp agencies, they're the ones that conduct the drug, alcohol, and background testing for us because they're officially their employees.
That's
Okay,
correct.
I just want to make sure that there are still some things they have to do because this is just nuts.
Yeah, we
I'm
agree.
done. Your turn, AJ.
Just to follow up on that before I get into what I was gonna say, drug testing is not indicative of intoxicated on the job and doesn't really mean anything, just because, and pot is legal in our state now as well,
Yeah,
so.
Well, just so you know, AJ, our drug and alcohol policy that we have in place is the first one that I've ever written that actually has acceptable levels of THC in it, which does not mean anything, but it's something that we had to do. But and I don't know if you've read our drug and alcohol policy, but we only conduct employment drug screening for safety sensitive positions. But we don't do random testing, but we definitely do reasonable suspicion and post accident.
Yeah, I was just that was more directed at Linda. She seemed concerned about making sure that happens if they crash our vehicle. And because even if they failed the drug test doesn't mean they were intoxicated when that accident happened necessarily.
Well, AJ, if it makes the discussion go any better, I'm a trained DRE with the state of Oregon, as well as also through the government certified for field sobriety. And so there's indicators, and if I suspect it, I will be on their phone to their supervisor and ask for a breathalyzer immediately.
All right, well, that's good. Okay, so then looking at, so there's been a lot of talk about Pacific Security and the contract that we have with them. What other options do we have as far as security companies go besides them that we could create a more competitive market and stop getting messed with our, to some extent, this is our contract, not theirs. We should be able to dictate what we want. There's obviously we have to pay for what we want. So that's a portion of it.
Well,
but it seems pretty unreasonable to have a clause in the contract that states we have to pay when they crash our vehicle.
I can tell.
It's pretty ridiculous.
I would agree.
I don't know why, I understand that the lawyer or legal said that that's okay for them to do, but that doesn't mean, yes, that's okay for them to put that clause in the contract, but that doesn't mean we have to agree to it.
But the insurance agent as well said that it's how the laws are written in the state.
Yeah.
This
And that-
barrel
that's
is
true.
very interesting.
Yeah, and believe me, AJ, I was not a very happy camper when that came out.
No.
And it's been, like Norm said, other options have been in the works since that moment.
Why did we see a significant dip in 19 compared to the 3 years prior on that contract?
That dip is
20K.
Yeah, that dip is we didn't contract for services we did previously, or we would have them for other type of events and or bringing them in for additional patrols. So it's services we did not request for them. One of the things that used to be a expense for them is we would have them when we had 4th of July or the Bite of Sudden Valley provide additional officers, sometimes up to 6 of them at their billable rate. We ceased doing that and took a lot of that ownership for parking and safety with balancing schedules between maintenance. So there's only 2 ways that I know of to reduce costs with a security contract. You buy it cheaper or you buy less. And in our case, we've been buying less as often as possible.
And were there other companies that we can contract with?
There are, but there's an odd duck with the security business, unfortunately. Pacific is one of the few mid-sized companies that still exist. The other ones have been bought out by larger firms like Securitas and RSU and some other ones, GuardSmart, et cetera. So with them, their price gets up there substantially. And so we have to be very careful when we're entering that negotiation as well. So there are other options, but again, as you said, it's what you pay for.
Makes sense.
I got one more question. In Joe's original letter to us, and it falls in your bailiwick, and it's the only reason, Norm, I'm bringing it up now, is in
Okay.
his original letter to us, he says, each year the association uses funds from the UDR to fund additional operations not included in the budget. Historically common expenses are snow and hazard trees. Well, we've got the 60,000 in there for hazard trees, but none of us have brought to the table, do we want to put something in for snow, or are we going to keep doing the same thing?
Pretending it doesn't snow.
I'm giving that to Joe.
No,
Okay.
This year I incorporated snow. We have a snow response. We have in a budget about 15 grand, I believe is what we put in there.
I think that's in maintenance.
Yeah. And this year I put it into operations instead of UDR, the extra snow. And yeah, we've gone around with this last year a little bit. Years you don't use snow, or years you have no snow, and years you have snow. And we just we put in the $15,000 because you don't know. I mean, it's such a weather dependent thing. Yeah, I mean, one year you might use $1,000, and i.e. last year or the year before we used over 100 based off of the storms.
Yep.
We just don't know it. And to throw a huge number of a potential number that may never be used in a budget,
Not smart.
it's not very smart. Again, if I can absorb it with operations like I did this year, we'll just put it into operations. If I have to come for UDR, I'll come for UDR. But I really don't. But my first option is I want to put it in ops.
Okay, if that's how you're handling it now, Joe, it's just, it was in your first remarks and I thought it's something we've always discussed. And eventually UDR won't exist anymore.
Exactly.
You know, and right now you don't know what November and December is going to bring. When we moved here in '96, we had deep snow for Thanksgiving.
I think Jacob and Bruce can attest to the fact that there have been years when it's been, El Nino, it's been wet, but we haven't had issues. County can say the same thing. And then there's been years like in February 2019 through March where you wondered if you have moved to Southern Alaska. So it's hard to predict. I wish I had a snow crystal ball, but right now Joe came down with a common sense approach and says, let's average this out. This is what we can average into based on these events and what it's cost over the years.
That works.
Yeah, Linda, I'm used to, I've had 18 inches of snow on the ground the 15th of October, and I still had snow on the ground May 1st back east. So, and any amount of, any day of the week, you could have snow that you were pushing and moving. So,
You should have to ask Bruce about when they brought a grader up into Gate 5 to finally clear us out.
yeah. So I had,
Full-size road grader.
yeah, I had big 906s and heavy graders a couple times with some storms back east.
Yeah, I just, sometimes it's just, there are years when it's just a bear here,
Yeah.
and I just hope we always have UDR to fall back on.
Well, that's kind of why I've tried to put it into operations so we can get a better idea. Because again, you're exactly right, Linda. UDR, there is the potential that will dry up, and it has to be, got to be funded somewhere. So if we at least get it into operations, we have it there, and then all that will do is force us to manage the budget better on the back end.
Yeah, and like you say, increase that one amount at least in maintenance. And if that's the way you want to handle it, that's okay.
Besides, Linda, when I moved here in '99, you said it never snowed.
Yeah, well, I can tell you there's days when I come down to your house and right when I get to your house, it turns from snow to just wet road.
I know, it's crazy, huh? It's got its own environment, so it is what it is. I wish, there you go.
Okay, I just wanted to address that a little bit, that's all.
All right. Are there any other questions?
I got a couple more. Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay, just a comment, Norm. I seem to recall back when we first outsourced security that we originally had 2 people on day shift, 2 people on swing shift, and then 1 person overnight who was armed.
That's
And
correct.
those first numbers came from. And over the years, we have been slowly divesting ourselves. I think that the arms went first, and then the 2 on the shifts went, and then we're down to where we are now, which is 1 person on each shift.
That is correct. That was done when we moved, we had a model that was put in place to run the contract in a manner that met our requirements. And then when that funding was not available in the next budget cycle, we went to a spending plan, and that then put us in the matrix that we are now and have been on for at least 4 years.
You know, there's one thing we can do that none of us have talked about, because right now security is 365, 24/7. It's called, do we want to amend our covenants? Because our covenants are what hold us into having that much for security. And if you're thinking of doing security in-house again, you know, it's like when they put that into effect, it's because people didn't live here all the time, or we can put gates back in. You know, we had gates back then too, but so many people were just lived here part-time. So they definitely wanted someone to, as Norm said, you want to have them travel and report, you know, and that was all they were expected to do, and call the sheriff if they needed him. At one time, we used to have a combination, but that was a long time ago, of off-duty county deputies that rode with our security people. And that way they had the enforcement availability that security didn't have. But those are a couple things to think about, guys.
Oddly enough, Linda, we had that discussion last week with Sheriff Elfo, and he is not in favor of that model at this point.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, it's, you know, the things that we've done in the past, but the thing that would relieve us from, if we truly wanted to model for ourselves. You know, so many people say, why do we need security, you know, here all the time? Do we really need, you know, that's the question of we right now, the covenants don't give us any opportunity to alter that, where if we would do something a little different with our covenants, it's possible we could.
Yeah, I think that's great, because I think they know that, and that's why they did that to us. They know that. They know we don't have options.
Yeah. I think this is a more appropriate discussion with AJ's long-range planning committee, actually. What are the requirements? What do we need, and how do we get there? And I don't have an answer for you, other than what we have now is a model that has serious stumbling blocks.
Yep. I hear you.
Yep. AJ.
So, sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. What was I going to ask? Jesus. Okay, sorry. Under contracted professional services, what is the safety and security services? What is that?
That is services and annual agreements for our fire suppression, fire monitoring system with Security Solutions. As you know, we're required to have, in this building, for example, the clubhouse with the restaurant, we're required to have a wet system. It has to be inspected, backflow preventers, et cetera, like that. We also have monitoring with smoke detectors and other type of things in the other amenities, such as the barn 8 and the gym upstairs, et cetera. Even though it does not have a fire suppression system, it's still actively monitored. We have 8 alarm accounts that are monitored in different areas, such as Area Z and accounting. They're each different zones, and we're by fire code, we have to maintain that. So that is where Security Solutions is contracted to provide that services.
Okay. And then I just had a couple statements. I support what Linda said. I think looking into changing the covenants, as far as security goes, it just does not seem like the cost benefit ratio to having 24/7 security is really, helping us. And then Steffi makes a great point that like they have us in contract negotiations because we have no options. And, you know, even if we change the covenants, but still contracted services for 365 24/7, we still have that leverage back where we can say, well, you know what, we don't want to do this anymore. We'll take 1 8-hour shift a day. How do you like that? We'll slash your budget, you know, that you're making from us by over half or something, and we get a little bit more leverage that way. And then I'm not opposed to an in-house solution. One thing that I would say on that is I do not support traffic violations, and I think that brings a serious liability issue. If they don't follow proper procedures and they infringe on people's constitutional rights, there's serious litigation ramifications for issues like that.
That's a story for down the road.
And so I'd be concerned about that. Also, I don't think like that it's, you know, there's sheriffs all over Whatcom County. They don't stop speeders. It doesn't change the behavior that often. And so I just, I think it's, not really an appropriate use of time and funds, and then trying to just take more money from our members.
Hey, Jane, just real quick, I have a feeling is going to be a very long discussion in the future. I just want to get us back to the budget, because this thing has been a long time coming, and there's going to be a lot of things to say about it in the future. And your concerns are valid, but
I agree. I think it's a perfect opportunity for long-range planning to weigh in on this topic. If there are no more questions, I appreciate your time and your patience, and I going to mute myself now. So thank you.
Thank you, Norm.
Norm, thank you, guys.
Oh, I got one more question. Sorry.
Sure, go ahead, AJ.
That was the one that slipped my brain. Emergency Preparedness Committee, we spent a substantial amount in 19. Is that the Go Bag event stuff?
That captures a couple of costs. One is a seminar for the Go Bags. It also costs training. We also paid for things like the Women's Self-Defense Seminar as a community preparedness item. Those that took place in that found value on it. Signs for the gates that say 1610 a.m. And also with that, other items such as we were woefully underfunded, or I should say underdeployed for AEDs through the association. At that time, we only had 3. And in reality, we definitely needed to change that, because the amenities at that time before COVID being used a lot more. So that's where that cost captures it. It's not strictly support of that committee. It's more, again, to emergency preparedness for the residents and what we can do to improve that.
Shoot, I wish I would have known that, because I knew about a grant for AEDs. Shoot, that's not helpful.
I would have loved to have had that. Can still use more.
Yeah.
Steffi, if you still have the link for that grant, if it's still out there, we will definitely pursue it. Do you still have that?
Let me look for it. Yes.
Yeah, if you can get that to us, please, because anytime we can get grant money, we're going to try to go get it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get with you later, because I know about some grant money for other projects from a secondary job I do.
That'd be great. I mean, with the amount of people that live here, we need to do better. And that's it. So
thank you.
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go into capital right now. You have on the back few pages, this wonderful spreadsheet that you need the Hubble telescope to read. But with the capital that we have listed here, this is the reserve study. I know we've gone around and around about this a few times. What we're looking to do is I'm going to turn it over to the managers who are going to be requesting some of this. We will not be doing all of this, and we'll be able to explain why as we go forward. And I think with the emails that have been going around a little bit today, we will, I'll jump right in and let Brian take over about carts. And then we will touch on if there's anything from turf. And then Bruce and Jacob will touch on facilities and maintenance, and then Maddie, because that would be about the end of anything. And then we will go into roads, and that will be, I will address the roads. So at this point, go ahead, Brian.
Hey, yeah, I think everybody was in on the email string that went around today. Hopefully you guys saw that. We were just kind of discussing the whole cart situation. I am going to be starting to do my research and starting to gather quotes end of the summer, early fall, with the hope of replacing our cart fleet in the spring. Oftentimes we can get better pricing if we get on it beforehand. There's a potential to secure 2020 pricing for a 2021 spring delivery. So I don't have anything really firm on that, but that will be the only capital that we'll be seeking, will be the lease of a new cart fleet. And I will certainly keep everybody posted and in the loop as my research goes forward in the late summer, early fall.
Brian, I do have a question about the carts.
Mm-hmm.
When we did the capital lease before, how much did we pay each year for the carts, and how much was our income from renting the carts?
So we paid approximately $35,000 per year over for 5 years. And then revenue is in the, let's see, it goes from 97,000 up to about, ranges in more than the average is probably in the 115 to 118,000 range. Low, the first year was low at 97, and then the last year was obviously high at 123,000.
Okay, so for a $35,000 investment, we were bringing in about 3 times that amount in income.
Yeah, it's about three and a half times. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they're very profitable. They're a good sound investment.
Yeah, at $15 a pop, to rent one of those things out, couple of good days and you got your money back.
Yeah, and we will increase. I've been waiting to increase the cart rate until we got a new fleet, but the plan will be to have a corresponding rate increase.
Does that include fuel costs when you're thinking about what you're making off of it?
No, yeah, that's a good point. There's definitely cost in fuel, repair, and then also maintenance, washing them every day, that kind of stuff. So there's definitely cost. Yes, that's for sure a factor.
Brian, I've got a question. So I know you're doing the research now to see what it will be, but I'm looking in here, and what it has for golf carts replacement is about 350,000, which I think over 5 years is more along the lines of 70,000 a year. Which one's sounding more reasonable? What we paid before, or do you think it'll increase that much, or do you just not know yet?
That seems a little high to me, but I think they're definitely, they've gone up in 5 years. The cost of the carts is going to be higher than they were 5 years ago for sure. The thing we will have going for us is interest rates are actually better. So my hope is that we will offset some of the increased cost of the actual cart with a better rate. But Yeah, I mean, I really have not priced them out yet, Karen, so I'm not sure. But that number's the 300, what number did you quote? 300?
It was
351.
352,000 basically is what's in the reserve
Seems-
study, which is not
seems-
always.
Yeah, it seems high actually, which oftentimes
Yeah.
the reserve studies numbers are low, but that actually
Right.
seems a little on the high side.
Okay, well, that's good news then. Thanks.
I think AJ had a question.
I would just like to point out that the money to pay for the golf carts comes out of our capital account. And the profit off of, or the income off of the golf carts goes into our operations budget in the golf course, which is not breaking even though the members want that. And so really, it's not really breaking even. It's just helping the golf course to continue to break even while the members pay for the golf carts.
Brian, I just have a quick question for you. You're
Mhm.
still, number one, are you going to trade in the fleet? Are you going to do trade-ins? Because that'll
Yeah.
lower the price.
Yeah.
So you're going to do that. Next thing is, you mentioned, and I didn't realize it till I looked up for that capital memo that I sent you that was your one from before, that one of the things that you said was you talked about reducing fleet size. Is that, you've had 5 years now and you said, let's look at it in 5 years and see, do we order the 50 again or do we look at a smaller fleet? That's my question to you, because you're also the person that we rent extra cars for when we need them for events.
Yeah, so I feel like our fleet size is actually really good, and especially felt fortunate these last couple months with the more single rider usage. Our carts are getting much more use. We've been very fortunate to have almost no days where we've run out. And we've been, like Monday was a great example. We made it by the skin of our teeth. We were turning carts over like mad because we had an outing, and then also a lot of public play. So I feel that we do have the right fleet size to make sure, and especially last year was a good example because we did a ton of outings, more outing business last year, and so it resulted in a few more rentals, but not many. And I think if we reduced, we'd be renting more carts than we should.
Okay, I was just, it was interesting to look back at the comments that you made at that time. And so that's why I'm like, okay, I'm going to ask ahead of time.
In that very wordy memo, holy cow.
Hey, I like that. And like I said, I will still give you credit. You are the only person that has managed golf that's given us options.
Well, we can certainly do the same thing this fall.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I think Jacob has an item. Jake, are you there?
Sorry, I got to remember to unmute myself before I start talking. Yeah, I'm here. So on the capital spreadsheet, I think I'm starting roughly around page 70.
70?
Actually, sorry, 69 in the special board meeting packet.
What's the, Jacob, what is your line item number? That's the easiest way.
Oh, well, I mean, some of the facilities items, starting at the very beginning, you can see the cell shows airport and campground and goes down.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll speak first for turf care. We addressed our A concerns early in the year, before the season really got started, and we have a lease that covered a few of those items. So all our priority A items have really been covered for this year. With there's some renovation work that we could do that's on the reserve study, but given this climate with COVID and everything, I'm not sure we'll want to go through that at this time. Rebuilding of tee boxes and bunker rebuilding. There's no need to replace any bridges this year. We're all in good shape. We look at those every quarterly, just to make sure we don't have any issues sneak up on us. The reserve study has other items pop in, like the practice putting green and things of that nature that we don't they just aren't a priority A item. Still kind of use that metrics to find out what's highest priority for replacement. So if you get down through turf, that basically covers everything, or everything has been covered for this year already through finance and the board. And then, you know, other projects, I know we have, I'm working right now trying to secure bids related to the tennis courts, both at the marina, the courts at the marina and the barn rec corridor. There's also a basketball court and pickleball court at the marina, but it'd be all the court surfaces, what we can do to renovate those or replace them. That reserve study item is in this year, and they are in need of either massive rebuild or replacement. And if replacement's the option, it'll be a challenge to get it in before dirt work window goes away this year. You know, other things we look at every so often, like in facilities, there's money there for the recoding of the bar decks from the restaurant. We've looked at those a couple times this year. That's a pretty easy thing to initiate. Does require dry weather, so I'll need to follow up on that here for third quarter. Just make sure we can get through the year on that without any issues. Any questions related to any of those capital items?
Jacob, what are you looking to do for next year?
In relation to turf care?
To turf, and then whatever, we have some parks we're looking at. I don't think we have any vehicles that are coming due. That's.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah. For next year is a better question. Sorry, I went off on a tangent on 2020, finishing that up. But, you know, next year there's cart path repair work that will need to be looked at that would be coordinated with our paving.
Okay.
And, you know, so that's the time to do that at the best cost savings. We usually try and rebuild a park each year, and with direction from the Parks and Trails Committee, we'll definitely go ahead on that as well. So that cost, I'm trying to find the cell with that one. But usually, you know, give or take, that could be, depending on the size of the park, it can be $50-ish thousand, and that's done in-house, but as a capital replacement. You know, next year on the golf course, we're looking equipment rise, not at utility vehicles. We covered most of that this year, most of our fleet there. So we're looking at roller, maybe some bunkers, and of course, cart paths, if we can coordinate with that with any paving that's done.
Hey, Jake, what about any of your building there? You've got stuff in 2021, like you've got turf building repair. You've got an overhead door replacement. I don't know what that means for you guys, but I know you always got your doors open and shut a lot up there. Changing room stuff, and a large electrical amount replacement for your building. I don't know how that impacts you.
Yeah, so we, years ago, the electric, and this is some changes that will have to be updated on the reserve study this year. The electrical in turf care, the panels have been replaced in the last couple of years. So that'll more than likely be shifted forward a period of time. We do have some minor, building, like the electrical system replacement. I mean, Bruce and I stay up to date on that, but the panels were replaced and we're in great shape there. I don't anticipate that cost next year. Changing room in the bathroom, we keep putting those costs kind of off. Like we won't get to the restroom renovations this year, so we'll have to look at
your overhead door. Is that a real big need or not?
Well, so Linda, we try and accomplish as much of that as we can with operations when it's just one door that's under the capital request limit of $3,000. And so sometimes those are covered in operations, but at this time I have no plans for a door, but those
Okay,
doors
I
are.
gotcha. I think I'm seeing lines wrong here too, because I think it's dealing with your turf building repair that's like for 44,000. I don't know what that.
Oh, that's
all
turf
involved.
building repair.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think, and that was related more to siding and windows. The roof was done about 7 years ago.
Yep.
And when we talk about these capital requests for next year, we'll go through and prioritize, through the whole community, what needs to be done, and sign a letter grade to that. And honestly, there's nothing that pops into my mind that we would need to spend $44,000 on the turf building
Oh, I
next
know.
year.
I'm just saying, sometimes I worry because we spend a lot of money on equipment. And I
Right.
think sometimes we leave our facilities go.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's always the best policy. I know we've put off painting of the adult center for forever. And yet if I go over there and stand by that building, I'm going, this could use a good painting and a little bit of outside repair.
Hey, Linda, can I kind of address that? Because that is showing up in 2021 for painting. Some of the problems I have with the reserve study, if you take a look at painting, we're going to paint it in 2021. A couple of years later, we're going to tear the siding off and replace it. So the logic
On the
is-
adult center?
Yes. So some of the logic in here, I think we need to go back and really address.
That's good. It's hard to see, we all frequently, there's the thing of we run to fail. And I
Yes,
think
yes.
sometimes we need to make sure we're not doing that.
I think Marn
That we
Aitken-
just let things go year after year and then we are running to fail.
That's
have a
Marn
couple
8,
questions.
Marn 8, where you can literally stick your finger in the side of the siding and poke it through it. You watch the birds building homes in there. Plug up that one
Linda,
hole,
one
they
of the-
put another one next door.
One of the things, I mean, there is a lot of things on on this reserve study for 2021, and we will go through, as everyone knows, anything that we bring to the board or bring up for capital has to go through finance and come to the board. And some of these things, they can be pushed out. Some of the equipment, some of the things are not needed. I mean, not everything on this list needs to be done next year, because some things can be moved around and pushed out based off of their lifespans and usages. And
Thank you.
And that's what that's what we look at every year. I mean, if we were to go and do this, there's stuff in here that doesn't really need to be done right now. So we will examine the things that need to be done that are priorities and go from there. And Jake has touched on a little bit of it. You have on on the reserve study, there's 2 line items or 3 line items right there for the turf building that doesn't need to be done. That can be pushed out further.
I have some questions when we're.
Yeah, and one other thing that's come up too, one of the big ones, because maintenance, Bruce and I, we go over the equipment there. The road mower for maintenance really needs to be addressed. I would say, if I were to look ahead at big priorities next year, a road mower that's a little more fit to our community, and this one is getting kind of long in the teeth. So that's not an astronomical cost, but that could be between $60,000 and $100,000 depending on the way we go there. We definitely don't have the best machine right now, and it shows in the roadsides.
Steffi, did you have a question?
I had questions. Okay, so Jacob, when you said that we needed the resurfacing of courts and things like that, I have some questions about how we go about getting bids, because obviously, when we get competitive bids, that's how we save money, and that's a sore spot for the community. So that's why I'm asking. I'm not, I'm not implying anything.
No, we go out, the goal is always to get at least 3, if not more.
Right.
Yeah, so go ahead with your question though.
Oh, I was just wondering how do we go about getting those? I mean, I'm not saying that like I have all these great ideas, but just working in my previous life, I worked in construction and I was kind of thinking about some things like, I don't know if we put it on our webpage or anything, but if we're opening this up, you know, kind of how, geez, I don't know. When I was younger, I used to read the Puget Sound Business Journal, and all those little jobs like that were in there. I don't know what we do now. That's why I'm asking.
Right. So for some projects, you know, you might put out a request for proposal for large ones. Generally,
where?
say if I'm going to replace a vehicle in maintenance, I will send out specifications to meet our job requirements. Like, you know, it needs to run a snow plow and tow this amount and have this many doors and be 4-wheel drive. And we'll draft, or I will draft a document. And I send that, for example, to dealerships in Bellingham and Mount Vernon, and you know, follow up with them, and that way you get, you know, apples to apples. So we do that, you know, with security vehicles and maintenance vehicles, turf equipment, you know, golf carts. I know Brian does that. You know, for the tennis courts, we're trying to explore how, you know, explore if we can repair them without having to fully replace them. So I follow up with people that have done courts in the past. Like I spoke with Eastside Catholic. They just had 4 courts rebuilt down in the East Side at Bellevue. Followed up with who they contacted on their contractors and who they got bids from, and then follow up with those people. I don't usually publish anything like in the Herald.
Right.
Or you know, anything like that, but I generally don't have a problem getting at least 3 bids,
Okay.
at least on the ones I've proposed. Sometimes the specialized things like the dock work I know has been an issue. Paving and things of that nature, sometimes it's a stretch, but
Okay, it's gonna get loud. Sorry for that, you guys. My grandkids are here, but so a lot of times I hear, so I'm just going to talk louder over them. Sorry, everyone. So a lot of times I hear like a little buzz in the community, like, hey, I would have liked to bid on that or something. I mean, is that, you know, we have some good sized builders and things like that here. We have a lot to offer. I mean, I was just kind of throwing that out there. Like, how do people get involved? I guess is my question.
Steffi, what, with some of the builds that we need to do going forward, we will try to get them on the website. I will try to build a link for that.
That's nice. Yeah.
That is something that we had back east. But that is, you know, like for instance, when we get into roads, that's where, you know, we get into those bigger projects. We get into more of a specialized person, and then and AJ knows the county has their request and how it goes out, and I will make sure that those going forward do get posted so that anybody can look at those across the general scope.
Yeah, I just, you know, just from I'm not saying that I have a huge historical data bank to pull from, just my involvement watching it was like, yeah, we kind of don't really know how people are putting in bids. You know, I mean, especially now in a time where work is like, you know, people are a little bit more hungry for that. They could be searching a little harder, right? We could be taking advantage of competitive bids.
You would hope that people would be a little bit more hungry since they haven't been able to do very much for the last 140 days or 130 days.
Yes. So that's, you know, I was kind of thinking about that, like just kind of the link of how do we get those bids. So thank you for that.
I have a question if Steffi's finished. I guess this could be to Jacob and Brian. When you guys look for these heavy equipments, machines and road mowers and the stuff that gets up there to the 100 grand amounts, do you guys ever look for like you know, stuff that's used but just has low hours on it, or are we looking for brand new machines each time?
Yeah, I can answer that on equipment. Josh, Generally with the vehicles, the on-road vehicles, in the past few years, we've been going with new, but for example, I will point out the janitorial van that I purchased last year. We had a not to exceed amount and I bought a used janitorial van. Those are very easy to source. So it kind of depends on the piece of equipment that we look at. I believe Bruce, before I even came to Sudden Valley, Bruce secured a great backhoe that we have to this day, and it was a lightly used item.
Hey, Jacob, also include the chipper and
Yeah,
the
like the
906.
the brush tripper we bought in 2012. We ended up buying a used model there that had been leased out to a municipality for storm cleanup. It's been an awesome unit. It was like it was almost 12% off, and it was a month old. So we do buy used when we can, or demo units. We buy a lot of demo turf equipment in Turf Care. So yeah, I mean, we're not just looking at new. Just like I do in my personal life, there's good used deals out there. For a security vehicle, where it's running, every day, that probably doesn't pan out well, and we've not gone that way there. But we do look at used equipment, yes, and vehicles.
Okay, that's awesome. I mean, wherever we could save money would be great. I think we should give Bruce some more guys and girls.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm used to saying that word. I don't want to sound bad.
Thank you, AJ.
But I think one thing that will help with security is if we get them a PT Cruiser and they have to drive that around. That might give us some more leverage.
Yeah, well, I was thinking with security, we'll go get the heavy duty Ford Explorer.
No, I don't think so.
Do we still have the Ford Explorer?
Well, they do make a police interceptor. We don't have one, but they do make a heavy duty police interceptor.
Yeah, and I mean, we also buy for the long term, like when we have used or when we have older security vehicles, a lot of times they don't have a lot of value because it's pretty hard use. We looked at the security vehicle that we last purchased was a truck, and there was some thought when it reached its when it was no longer most useful for security, it could be transitioned into a maintenance capacity, and where it's not so urgent that it runs every day, every second. So we're trying to also look ahead at, things we can share, things we can repurpose on its second, department going somewhere else. Bruce and I, since we've worked together, share quite a few number of pieces of equipment. So that we don't have things sitting around. And sometimes that means changes to the reserve study where we eliminate something that we maybe where multiple departments had something. So we're trying to find ways to cut down that capital cost when we can.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. I mean, I know it means a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to other community members when that kind of stuff is being thought about. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, totally. What else here? Anything you want to add, Bruce? Sorry.
Yeah, not really, unless you want to run down each item in 2021. We really need to go over these and look at them, like I was telling Linda. We need to put some logic to what we're looking at before we actually go ahead and spend money, then get rid of it 3 days later. I think only one thing that I really would like to talk about, I'm going to be pushing Joe on it, probably has to do with the security shack. That's really what it is, a shack now. The electrical systems are terrible inside of it. I'll say that it's actually got mold starting in on the rug. We're waiting for a report to come back, see how bad it is. Some of you may remember the rotunda. This is how its demise started. So you might be looking at not spending a bunch of money, say $60,000 on, quote, repairing it. I'm going to be pushing the idea, look at maybe replacing it with something like a small modular home. It could be
For what? Bruce, for what?
The security building for a
Okay.
modular, like I'll say under 1,000 square foot modular home, more like 800 square feet. I know you can buy them. In fact, I was checking the other month, you can buy them. If we build the foundation, it's a turnkey put on.
Yeah.
This
And
is the building at Gate 1.
Yes, Yeah, if you try to walk in it right now, Josh, you actually in the rain, you have to wear boots to get to it. If you walk along the side of it and walk to get to this one of the side compartments, there's exposed electrical conduit that runs underground, and you're walking in water.
Oh, that's good to know because I actually stole water from that building when I was putting up that sign. So I'm glad I did.
I'm glad to see you're
Well,
still there.
Aren't there mushrooms growing in that building?
Yeah, we have mushrooms that have started to grow in that building, so.
Okay, that's my.
That's why I was surprised it got left off last year's list. I'm telling you, that's why I bring up some of this stuff.
Well, Linda, actually, we were looking at it, and that's more my fault. I got involved with other stuff. What I'm doing this year, I'm really looking at what the cost will be to replace it, rather than spend a lot of money trying to, dig up the ground to put conduit in. It's going to cost several $1,000s just to turn a light on in front of the
Put in
building.
a foundation and put a building on it.
Right. Okay, I'll leave it there unless there's some questions.
How often, sorry, I'm jumping ahead of AJ. How often is someone in that building all the time?
Norm, you need to answer that.
Yes, it's an occupied structure for the guard. They not only have the camera system that they can review and monitor, but they also do their reports there, have their rehab breaks for lunch or their meals. It's a bathroom facility. It's also storage for some of the equipment. So it's occupied quite regularly. And it's also, when I'm not over here, it's also my office.
Okay. So we can't just tear it down and put a nice little fountain there or something.
That'd be nice.
I would like that, actually. You could actually have the mushrooms I found. So
You already started, Norm.
I know. It's pretty cool, huh? Yes, AJ.
I'd like to know where we're at with the 2020 reserve study. Every other year we've had it by now and it's been finalized.
Joel?
So the reserve study is going to be sent in as soon as I get the, especially the SURF loan stuff closed out. And also, the finance committee, or at least Tony on the finance committee, expressed some interest in taking a look at that reserve study to make sure there's a more updated list than from what had been submitted in prior years. So, so that could be a factor as well before it's actually finalized.
Okay, I mean, I have serious concerns over this entire spreadsheet. We sit here and we're hearing that, this isn't right, or this isn't needed, or this is this, and, there's things on here that like feasibility studies and this and that. And we just watched our dues double on the premise of basically this document. And here we are now talking about it 2 years later after our dues doubled, that's saying that this document is basically just not worth anything hardly, or is half correct maybe. It's just, I don't know. This is some of this stuff. I just don't understand. Like last year we inserted $25 million worth of projects into this thing, and then use that as a basis for needing to raise dues again on the association, because most of our dues that doubled went to capital, not operations.
AJ,
And, I've got
AJ,
other
again,
concerns as well about what's on here. I mean, I just don't think we should be pursuing I don't think we should be pursuing tennis courts at this time. I don't know what these feasibility studies are for properties that we have, but, I also have concerns about this document and a reserve study. It does not seem to follow the RCWs for WICOA for the reserve study. RCWs for reserve study state that the replacement costs to be included, to have a reserve component included in the reserve study should be 1% of the annual budget of the association. Our annual budget that we voted on, that was voted on last year, was nearly $5 million. And 1% of that would be then what, 50,000? And so we have lots of stuff on here that's well under that threshold. So I'm curious, I know we have a capitalization policy, but it doesn't seem to match up with the RCWs in that regard. I believe our capitalization, someone said 3,000. I thought it was 2,500 or 2,000.
Yeah, you're right. It's 2,500.
So I think that's something that should seriously be looked at. This document drives our dues needs. And if it's so egregiously out of order and we can just like take things off and throw things on and this and that, and like, you know, it seems like, you know, we were just fed a line.
So I want to address a couple of things that you said. First of all, you said that the $25 million worth of projects drove our dues increase last year. It absolutely did not. We did not consider those large projects in the dues for this year. What we did is we, in looking at this spreadsheet, and Jennifer, real time, took those large projects out. Joe, I believe you were there too. You can back me up on this if you have a different recollection. We took those out and then we basically calculated what is about an average rate that we would need to contribute to get to baseline funding. So baseline funding means that we can pay for the things that need to be paid for in that year without running out of money. Now, like many of these managers said, we might need to move things from year to year. And there's times when something might like, hey, we don't need this anymore. But mostly we're moving things around. And what we are trying to do is look at things long-term, in a long-term view, the next 5 to 10 years, and say, what is the contribution rate so that we don't have these ups and downs and we don't have to have this sudden, oh my gosh, we have this big project coming up, but looking at it and kind of smoothing that out. And the finance committee is actually working to do an even better analysis of that. But we did not have those big projects influence our dues last year. And this year, if you'll see at the very last tab, we've actually said, you know, those big projects don't necessarily make sense to be in there. We haven't really decided we're going to do that. So we have made a request to update the 2020 reserve study to take them out and put back in the component parts, which was a big concern we heard from the community last year. So we were adapting to that. But again, we are trying to look at this not just in 1 year, but over time. So if we move a project from this year to next, we still need to be contributing for that, for the repair or replacement of that thing, because we might not do it in 2021, but it might come up in 2022. And I'm not saying that there isn't work to be done on this document. I absolutely agree that there is. I've been talking to Joel about it. We have some ideas. Other finance committee members who've worked on it for a lot of years, but I absolutely would not classify it as junk or worthless. There are some things that we can improve on, but we can improve on it and we can make it a better planning document. What happened in the past, from what I recall, is we would approve a budget. And I think prior to 2018, it was something like $350,000, $400,000 a year that we put into capital. And we'd go from there and say like, okay, we've got 400,000, what can we do? And so we were always kind of in a off cycle situation, almost a backwards situation where we say, well, here's how much money we have. Now let's look at the reserve study and decide what to do. And we're trying to make it better where we're utilizing this document to be a better planning document, actually feed into our budget. We're not quite there yet for this budget, but hopefully next year we will be.
we've been doing reserve studies for what, almost 2 decades. The fact that this document isn't accurate is just unacceptable, in my opinion. And I disagree. You may have taken to $25 million worth of projects out of that when you did that, but it still factors in. Larry even said last year as a board member that we needed dues to be higher than what was proposed to cover these things. You know, so it's like, it's not
Yes.
still
Keith
weighing in on the
Murphy.
decision of where dues need to be, whether you factor that in completely or not. It's still there. It's still work that has to be done. And it's still like continued facility maintenance. Like Linda says, why do we continue to let our facilities fail while we, you know, while everything else gets taken care of? Like the security shack, where we like the dance barn, it's like 2012 is when we were supposed to do work on that, and we've just ignored it for a decade almost. Like, of course there's a hole in the outside when our siding has just never been taken care of. Like, you know, I don't know.
Hey, AJ, can I chime in
Stuff on here, then we just heard about how some of it is like, I mean, we don't even know, like turf care maintenance build or turf care building repair. Like, we don't even know what that is. Like, why is it not broken down into a roof, siding, windows, like the actual components? And I still contend that like, if our annual budget is $5 million and 1% of that is that, like, I mean, a lot of this stuff is under that.
AJ, then where would you capture those costs? So we have, let's say 50 or so items that are under that amount. Where would you capture that and plan for those costs? We have a lot of equipment. If it's not in the reserve study, how would we plan and budget for that?
It's an operational expense.
It's not, according to our policy, it is not.
Like, how is replacing or fixing bunkers and tees a capital project? Like, that's just maintenance to the golf course. Like, I can understand some of this stuff, like a bridge or something, possibly, you know, but like, if these are just like cheap pieces of equipment, that just falls under like operations. Like Jacob just said, if we just have to replace one garage door and it's cheap, we just do it under we already do these things under operations a lot of times. So it's like, here we are, it's like, it's here, but then it gets done under operations. Like, I'm looking on here and we have there's the, oh, where'd it go? There's like, I mean, we still have the Barn 8 spec design for rebuild on here.
That was that's under this year.
Yeah, I know.
And it was in there, and that was.
But why didn't we take it off? We just already decided that we weren't going to do that at the moment, and we needed to figure out what the community wanted. So why, you know, it's on there and it's factoring into our budget, is what I'm saying. All these things factor in.
We didn't decide if we were going to do anything with the barn until this year. So that was to get the specs, and that was where the monies out of that was for the engineer study that was provided for you guys. So that has to be that's in there right now. So that money will never, you won't see it again until AJ, that, you know, when you guys decide where you're going to go with that through long range, then you're going to have to put some monies aside for your specs and your design and all that kind of stuff.
I just wanted to say something, and I brought this up to Joe, and I think I sent you something. We all talk about the projects that we have. And there was a document done back in, was it 18? Where they actually planned out what was to be done in 2019, 2020, and 2021. I haven't seen anything other than Joe put something together here recently of what he thought he would do this year, where they bumped up the tennis courts and that sort of thing. If you go back and look at the projects in 2019, the equipment all got ordered, and I think very little, if any, We bought we got a new sprayer for the sprung structure, that sort of thing. But as to any of the facilities work that was supposed to be done on there, which included the security building, which included turf care, which included bus shelters for children, where none of those were done. And you all go back and show me where they were done if I'm wrong. And I'm telling you, we don't have enough maintenance staff to do these projects. So why do we have these projects that we have no hope of accomplishing? If we don't, why do we even put them in these prioritized lists where it's real easy to buy equipment? No offense, Jacob, seriously, because I know you need it, and there's nobody better works at ordering equipment than Jacob. But with
Well,
some
and Linda, I can
with
speak
our
to a couple.
actual work we do, if you're going to have a subcontractor do it, which you probably should do rather than having our staff do it, because we did that for a few years under an old general manager, and we spent $15,000 on the interior of the marina bathrooms down there that all got tore out because it was full of black mold because nobody did jack, I can't use the word because I'm a lady, right? With the envelope. And that's what should have been done first. And it's like we do things upside down. Why, we talk about these huge lists we have. We can't even do the modified lists we have. And I think there needs to be maybe a whole rethink.
Yeah, I know, like I work with Bruce a lot every day. I know we dealt last year with security trying to get bids on work to just renovate that building and I know the bus shelters, there was even talk there of contractors, and a lot of times when times are good, we don't get, people don't respond to our requests for bids to propose to the finance committee. At least, I'm speaking for myself, I guess. As far as when building work happens, that is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, Jacob, if I can jump in on that. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the security building. I must have talked, I'll say 6, maybe 7 electrical contractors to come in there. I finally had one come in. He looked at it, said it's not a big job. He'd get me a bid. 3 phone calls later from me and no response. They were so busy with the construction, you couldn't do a thing. Bus shelters. I even had one local person here that was a contractor saying, yeah, I'll come over and take a look at it. When he looked at it, he almost doubled the price that was in the budget for that. Now, you talk about maintenance and having time. No, we don't have time to rebuild the security building. Bus shelters, yeah. In fact, I'm going to try this year to get one of them done with our own staff. Just because I have 1.5 more people and I might be able to get it done. You want me to get a contractor out to Linda? No, nobody's going to look at it. They're too busy building houses and making money. That's real life out there right now. The people that aren't working because they're in COVID, they're not contractors. They're the people that the contractors will hire. So yeah, we need to take a look at this budget, if you will, this plan, and make it long-term accurate. I think that's where we need to go on it. And I'll be quiet. I get kind of emotional on it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, and so for, we update the reserve study constantly, like turf care didn't need that work done to the exterior envelope. So we pushed that a year. That needs to be in the new reserve study. There's always changes that do need to be made. The barns are a constant, what does the community want? You hate to re-envelope the barn and then tear it down, similar to what happened with the library. They did a lot of good work in there to a structure that wasn't ready. So, I think there's always the danger of trying to make sure we're doing what the community wants. But the reserve study at least gives us a pathway, and we do have to make changes every year. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort should be put into the reserve study between finance and members of staff. So I'm all for that. Anytime people want to meet and hone on this reserve study, I'm there.
And I think we're all there for it. So, reserve studies, there are things that, you have an average, you have a lifespan. Let's say it's a 15-year lifespan.
Hey, Joe, can you repeat that? Sorry, Mike, you're too far from your mic or
Oh,
something.
sorry.
I can't
Yeah,
hear
I
you.
mean, with a reserve study, I mean, you get a, I'll pick on an HVAC unit. You know, let's say it's a 20-year lifespan. Okay, at the end of 20 years, well, it may not need to be replaced because it's still good. So then you start kicking it out the reserve study, maybe 2 years, and you come in back and look at it. Well, maybe it can go another year. So you keep moving it down the line until it finally, you know, a lot of it becomes where you can't get parts or you can't get pieces for it. And that's where, when it gets to that point, then you go ahead and replace it. And, you know, if I were to replace it for, say, 5 years ago, well, I could have maybe gone and done something else that might have been more important structurally, or, you know, in that lines, as opposed to doing that HVAC unit at that time. So, I mean, that's why that reserve study does move. And that's just how a reserve study is. I mean, yeah, you have a lifespan, and it's an average. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, I've seen you have say a 20-year HVAC unit and it dies in 12. So it is a floating document. So and I get AJ and I get Linda. And again, why they did not, and I don't know why, and I don't care to know why they didn't do stuff years ago, but we are going to look at this, and I'm going to get our component parts in for the maintenance barn and barn 8. So we can take a really true hard look at that building and look at these. What's the lifespan on these? Where are they going to fall in the reserve study? That needs to be truly looked at. I mean, it's a shame that nothing was done since 2012 to that building. Whether you were ever going to do anything going forward, there still needed to be PM done to it. That's just how it goes. So, and we are going to look at it. We're going to tear it apart. And some things might get moved, AJ, that may not need to be there because, hey, guess what? It's not a piece of equipment or something that we're going to ever have again. So you take it off and let it run to fail. And when it's gone, it's gone. You don't put it back in the reserve study.
Yeah, and that all makes total sense. But we're still talking about, like, we're missing all these things off of it, or like this gets chosen to get done over this. And, you know, I totally appreciate the fact, Joe, that this is not something that you created as a problem, but this is a problem. And I agree, we do need to address it. Our capital planning is woefully horrible. We don't have a balanced capital plan even. That's requirements for local jurisdictions to balance at least the first 3 years of their capital plans. I have concerns about why we have feasibility studies in here.
They are not, they will not be done. They will not be used. Why they're in there, again, I think it was to put monies aside for capital to look at doing something with those two properties, but they're both small amounts. I mean, that would be something that I could come to the board and say, hey, I might be over in a line item in operations to go look at this. Is this something you want to do? And at that point, we would look at it. Maybe I'd take it out of UDR, but for it to be in a capital,
it's not a capital project.
Exactly, because it doesn't become a capital project until we actually decide what we're going to do with it. And if we're going to build or do something there, then it becomes a capital project. This is investigation.
But this document drives our dues projections.
Yes.
And so having things on it that aren't appropriate to be on it, and Sarah told us this repeatedly last year when she was on the board, that we shouldn't have these things. Like, we shouldn't be putting raw land on a reserve study. Like, that's just not really the appropriate thing to do.
There are no values
and so
for
it's
raw
like,
land. There are no values for raw land. I have searched hundreds of lines of this stuff. There is the feasibility studies, and I think it's what, $15,000-$20,000. We don't have values for raw land that are driving up our dues. It's not in there.
I'm not saying it's just that. There's lots of things. That's just one thing. It's 15 grand. Sure, in the grand scheme of this big spreadsheet, it's a drop in the bucket. but all these little drops in the bucket add up to driving our capital dues higher and higher. And we were told the last 2 years, as our dues doubled, that it was because we needed these capital projects. And here we are, maybe we did need those dues increases to cover some of these capital projects, but how do we even know when we're sitting here talking about a document that doesn't have this? This is wrong. This is partially right. This is okay. Like, this doesn't need to be done and should be pushed out to future. Like, that's not financial planning. And again, like, I would like to see this reserve study here ASAP. It should have been done before we started budget discussions, in my opinion, because now we're going through this whole thing, and we should have fettered all this out before we started this, so it was ready to go, in my opinion.
I agree on that. I think we need to adjust our timelines of things so that we have a solid approved reserve study that feeds into our budget. The timeline of the reserve study has significantly changed over the last year when we had a reserve study consultant coming, but I absolutely agree that it needs to be pretty solid before we start the budgeting process so that we can do the things like Linda and others have mentioned, which is it's these projects and we feel real confident that these are the projects we're doing next year. At the same time, when we're looking at the reserve study and how it's impacting our dues, we're looking longer term. So we're not going to say, okay, so in 2021, we need exactly this much for capital. In 2022, it goes down and up and down and up. We're actually trying to smooth that out. And so we find kind of a average rate that we would need to contribute over a few years in order. So if we move a project out, it doesn't, we need the money regardless, whether we do it in 2021 or 2022 or 2023, we've got the money for that project. We don't want to do a thing where we're like, oh, we don't need it this year, forget it, let's not put it in our dues. We want to plan for these things. We need them anyway. And I would say the vast majority of this, we are going to do at some point. It still needs some work, and I don't disagree with that.
Hey, Karen, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you on wanting to save up for that. I don't think anyone has said that. I think that we just want a correct document. Oh, crap. I'm sorry, you guys.
No, I'm not taking it personally, but I agree that we all want a more reliable document to go into the budget season. And that's what everyone here right now seems to be working towards, in my opinion. I know staff has reviewed this. I know they're continuing to review it and revise it. And the finance committee has given input, and we're continuing to work through it.
Awesome. And like Joe said, not just the timeline, but like not putting projects in there unless we're 100% solid on going forward. I think that is huge for our community.
Agreed.
And like you just said that we need this document to do our budget, and we don't have it, and we're not going to have it. So here we are, we're going to vote on a budget with inaccurate information, and we're putting that out to the community. It's like, and we got two different ones in here too. One that the finance committee had prepared and one that's not there.
The one that
normal one, I guess. And
no, the one, AJ, on page 69, that is the one that the spending plan that was put forth to finance for 2020.
This is where we specifically recommended taking out the replacement of Barn 8 and the replacement of the maintenance building and putting in the component repairs to what we thought better reflected what
I was adamant when I stood in front of the board last year saying that they shouldn't be putting the $25 million worth of projects in there in the first place.
Okay, so you got your wish.
Where did you get 25 million?
There's the maintenance building, there's the dance barn building, there's the clubhouse refurbishment, there's 2 parking lots. And
in the things that were moved out were, you're right, the dance barn, clubhouse,
Might only been 22 million, I guess.
See that,
think
and
it's
then the
13.
Area Z, that comes to 13. And then the marina parking lot was 3
million.
About 3 million. So you're 16 million, not 25. 7, 4, 1, and then 3.
And then there's the rec parking lot as well that got put in there, which is another $1 million. And
that is not the projects that were taken out.
I know it wasn't taken out, but it was inserted.
So I don't know on that one, AJ. I'd have to look on that. I don't think that's correct, but I'm not going to commit to it. But I don't think it's correct. The projects, the big projects I know were was the clubhouse, the dance barn, and the maintenance shed, and the marina parking lot. So, any other questions? Because I do want to go to roads real quick.
I guess, do we have a timeline on when the reserves, they came in September, like, can we just tell these people like they need to provide it to us within the couple weeks? They've had plenty of time to put this together.
Joel?
Well, first, this stuff would have to be submitted to them. You're talking about the first draft, AJ?
They came out and did an on-site inspection in September. They're supposed to create the reserve study, not us.
Oh,
They're the
yeah.
reserve specialist.
Right.
It's their job. This is what happened last year. Jennifer inserted those projects into the reserve study, not the reserve specialists.
And then what I'll do too is I'll also tell them stuff that we have closed out also as well.
And that makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
we should be telling them the stuff we've completed or finished, you know, and pushing it out to future years for when that useful life ends, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That makes total sense to me.
Just because they'll just, in anything that we want to remove also from the reserve study, stuff that we don't have that keeps floating around on it from year to year as well.
And I think we need to look at our capitalization policy. It's not matching up with the new almighty WICOA that, you know, I got lots of issues with that state law, and we don't need to go down that road right now, but you know, it doesn't matter. Our capitalization policy seems to contradict state law, and I don't think it's allowed to do that.
Yeah. AJ, I'll get it. We'll get Joel and I'll get an answer for you over the next day or so. Okay.
Okay.
I do want to jump into roads real quick.
Can I ask one more? Just sorry, not project related. In the like budget documents, there is a reserve. Why is that empty? There's nothing filled into it. It's all zeros. When the finance committee got this packet, there was numbers in there, and all of the dollar amounts were in just 1 year, not in the actual years that the things were billed. And I'm just kind of curious as to why, like, what is the purpose of the reserve in the budget, or in the department budget? There's a reserve, and there's not. It's just blank. There's nothing in it. There's lots of projects, no money though, and I don't understand why. What it, like, if this is like, I mean, I put together like engineering plans, and like the thing I tell my consultants is you better not put one sheet in there that isn't pertinent to what the contractor needs to build the job or whatever. And so like, is this like, well, either it's not pertinent or it's just not filled out. And why was it changed from the finance committee's submittal?
What page are we looking at?
Yeah, what page?
Sorry, page 15, 16, 17.
Okay, okay.
the budget summaries and it's SBCA reserves. There's
Yeah,
all sorts
okay.
of projects in there. There's no money in there anymore, but there was in the finance committee packet for these meetings. And so I'm just kind of curious as to where it all went.
Oh, yeah.
What is the
Yeah.
purpose of this
These-
budget summary?
So basically, these are just all the project codes from capital projects. And so whenever this budget document, this is a system generated report, whenever this prints, like anything with reserves also comes out along with it. So this is just a system report. What could be done is just to go into the budget software and just eliminate the lines.
Why don't we show the monies? That seems like a more
Oh.
practical.
Because this budget right here is only for the operating budget, this document.
Yeah, but this budget summary could just be included with our capital stuff.
Meaning this stuff in here, like 97, like all these different line items, these are just like capital projects that the board approves that would have
Yeah.
the board budget and what was spent on it and stuff like that. But since that has nothing to do with operations, these are all zeroed out. So like when you start to get to the end pages of this document, it doesn't skew the operating totals.
Yeah. It seems
It's
like
not
this
for-
is a very simple spreadsheet that could be actually filled out with dollar amounts removed from the operations budget and provided as a means of how we've spent our capital dollars over the last number of years.
Well,
'Cause
actually,
right now, we don't see any capital dollar amounts spent. We see all sorts of actuals for our operating budget, but we're not given any actuals on these projects from year to year.
well,
And I think that'd be beneficial to see
I mean, 'cause-
in this sort of format. We do get like the capital reporting spreadsheets, but it really only shows 1 year and things go from year to, they move from year to year. So it's not necessarily showing you exactly like, how much was spent. It's showing like totals, like the surf loan projects in our last capital reporting spreadsheet, we got to show the total that's spent over that course of that project, but it doesn't actually show us how much we spent each year on the project, especially when we're looking at some of these multi-year projects like this.
well,
Yeah,
another-
and when they close out, you don't see them anymore too.
Yeah,
so-
because like these project codes, like once these are closed out, then essentially the project gets shifted away from that project code to an actual fixed asset line item on the balance sheet. So then they naturally totally zero out. Because these project codes would, in a sense, it's almost like it's showing up on an income statement, so to speak. When these get zeroed out, then they get swept off and put on the balance sheet.
So this isn't, I hear what you're saying, AJ, and I agree that to kind of look at capital reporting budget versus what we've actually spent is something that would be helpful to see. This particular document in here isn't forward looking per se. It's because these codes are old codes that are open. But that is something that I would like to work on to see more, but
And I don't
It's
want
not
it to be
necessarily-
I want it to be back. We already got forward looking. Well, we kind of got forward looking with our capital surf spreadsheet, but this would be nice to have backward looking, so we can see that and how much projects cost us from year to year in a more, concise format.
yes,
The
well, I
capital
mean,
spreadsheets are very convoluted and like some of them, I even wonder if they're accurate. Like I've looked at them from 16 on and we have like substantial amount of money sitting in our CVC funds that we haven't used because we've never once spent all of that money every year. Not once. We probably have $200,000 in that fund. I could go back and look at it, but it's a pretty substantial amount of money.
yeah, so there's lots to say about reporting, and I agree we can improve our capital reporting, but can we let Joe talk about the roads budget?
I'm done. That's
Okay, for 2021, we have only, the one big project we have will be the road surfacing. I have been gathering information on that, how many miles of road we're looking to get done. And I will not, just so everybody knows right now, I will not be using MicroSeal. I'm not going to do it. Did not like the product. Did not like the way it went down. Did not like anything about it.
Standing ovation.
Can I say something about that though? The product is as good as your specs are written and as good as your inspection is on the contractor. Like the contractor is not in business to necessarily always provide us with our highest expectations. Like they're there to make a profit, and like we need to make sure our specs are being followed, because I've looked at some of those specs and the drizzling that happened along like driveway edges and stuff is a mix issue that we didn't inspect or sample or test their materials properly before we let them put it on the ground.
AJ, I'm not going to argue that point. I don't think that material is worth a hill of beans.
Well, I mean, it's used globally, and I just want, I know you talked about chip seal, and I'm going to throw this out there. You chip seal the neighborhood roads, and that's not a smooth road surface. So I think you should consider that. A lot of people walk and use our roads, and I know that like our county engineer just left us recently, but our previous county engineer just left, would not use a chip seal in neighborhoods because he would get lots of complaints from neighbors who, you know, wanted to like, they just didn't like that surfacing. I'm not saying it's a bad surfacing material. We use it all the time on roads. It's a good surfacing material, but
they don't like the look. And I get that. I understand that, but MicroSeal, I do not think is a surface that is good for out here, due to the fact of our elevation changes, as well as the overhang of the forest canopy. It doesn't get time enough to dry, and I don't think it's a good product. Personally, I don't like it. I've seen chip seal done million miles of roads, have used it in other applications in other communities, and it is a good application. Granted, it is not a pretty application, but it is a good application. And
yeah. Can I make a suggestion? Take a look at Thinlays.
Okay.
They're another pavement preservation technique. It's basically a very thin lift of actual HMA, and it will provide that same smooth surface that the community is used to and accustomed to. And it also provides additional as we add those thin lifts on, it provides additional structural integrity to our road, where chip seal doesn't really do that, because it just, and chip seal sheds a lot of gravel too. And so we already have problems with our shoulders being higher than our roadways and stuff, and that will exacerbate that issue, because chip seal sheds that layer of gravel over time, and actually a lot of it comes off like initially.
Yeah. What's the poundage on that, AJ?
What do you mean?
Well, 3/4 of an inch is 90 pounds. So how much is it? A 1/4 inch? 30 pounds?
I don't know off the top of my head right now. The county has never used Thinlay. Okay. I've looked into it for Sun Valley purposes, because I thought it would be a good application here, because I believe that the community is going to would appreciate the smoother road surface. Yeah. I think one thing to consider too is maybe some of our main drags, we're using one type of thing that's a bit more skookum, and maybe MicroSeal is just like fine on our cul-de-sacs and things like that, as long as they're in decent shape, and it's a minor application and it extends it's like MicroSeal or chip seal or Thinlay is supposed to extend your pavement life another 7-10 years. I'd argue on those really low volume roads, you're getting even far more than that likely.
AJ, could maybe you and Joe have this technical discussion another evening.
Okay. But we have slated to do roads, overlay or seal the roads for 2021. Along
Can
with
you
that,
elaborate on that, what it entails exactly?
what I'm going to be working on are mains and seconds in gate 5. And then would go into gates 3, 9, 13, try to grab secondaries. I want to go as far as I can with what the budget we have. And then the following year would be secondaries, gate 1, gate 2, and then cul-de-sacs.
Another question I have is how we intend to deal with our pavements that like, I don't see it in here, and maybe it can just be lumped under road surfacing, but there's a number of roads that have basically delaminated. I know, like, I think it was Cascade Lane was supposed to be last year, and it can't be micro sealed in the condition that it's in. So are these going to include fixing those major issues? Green Hill Road, Cascade Lane, I know for a fact those two for sure. I'm certain there are roads up in gate 5 that are probably in similar condition. And like those roads have to be completely fixed before we could then go and do an overlay.
With those 2 roads, yes, Green Hill and Cascade are going to be part of that. And we will take probably chunks out of that. I
think you're going to have to grind it and fill it.
Well, yeah, it's got to come up. But we're not, we might run a 20-foot or 30-foot section where it's really bad, where it's really down. It's going to have to be basically, you could dig it out there. I don't think you have to grind it.
Well, I think you could probably just grind a certain depth, because you don't. At a $500,000 price tag, you can incur some more stormwater mitigation by touching the subgrade of the road. But if we don't have to do that, we really don't want to.
I think the thing with some of the areas in Cascade, AJ, they are all ready to subgrade.
It's possible.
Oh, they are. I went out and looked at. We're already in some of those spots, the alligator cracking and everything. They are at subgrade already. They've already gone down. So those areas are going to be a little bit more intensive to work on, but they are going to be in over the next couple of years, those as well. And some of those numbers might go up due to the fact that there might be a bigger scope of work with some of those roads. But I will get all that, and the roads are a very, very big priority. I have built roads out east. They are. I enjoy building roads, so I've done it before. Potholes, again, we'll be doing that. 2021, we have 2 culverts that we're going to be doing, 25 and 315. Both of those we have to work with Lake Whatcom to work around some of their water and sewer lines. So that's why one of them was going to be done this year. We moved it to next year to incorporate both projects at the same time with Lake Whatcom, instead of going back to them twice, trying to just tie them up for once, be done with them. And then only the other culverts would be 182, 432, and they look like their construction and then design for 33. So that's what we have for roads right now. And then the CVC stuff as well, which is it's going to be, can't read that here. It's about 180 plus any carryover. So any questions on roads?
I got another question.
Sure.
The stormwater mitigation projects. So that was a part of the Marigold Drive rebuild. Is that correct? Near the dam there? Is that what triggered those?
I couldn't even begin to tell you about that one. I haven't done any work
It's
on
Marigold, right? The one
I
that
haven't
goes by the dam, or is
I haven't
basically
done
the
any,
dam?
I haven't done any work on Marigold since I've been here. That might have been prior.
Well, this stormwater mitigation was a trigger before you came on, right? Because didn't you say at one point you talked to the county? Get
Oh,
it
that
pushed
is
out so that you could
Yeah.
wrap
what
your head
you're-
around it? Because you had, I think, just started
Yep,
when that
what
was
you're
supposed to
looking-
be done.
Yeah, what you're looking at is bu- 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 there is a,
We did some work over
What
by
triggered
Polo
that?
Park and
this is something different. This is, and what AJ's talking about right here, Sudden Valley had done stormwater work prior to my arrival. And they got in trouble with the county because they moved too much earth, and then the county was going to make us mitigate down in the golf parking lot, and that is 22 and 23. What we're working with right now with the county is to be able to go forward and lengthen some of our runs when we're doing the swales and culverts and ditches, to accept that, to take the mitigation and just tie it into those projects as we're going, so that we don't have to make that big mitigation bank down at the end of the parking lot of golf.
Wait. So you're talking to the county to try to do what?
Well,
'Cause
they,
this stormwater mitigation was, we went before the hearing examiner. He told us we had to do it. Then Mitch and Wilson went back before the hearing examiner to appeal this decision because we touched the subgrade of our road repairs is what triggered this, because I went to that appeal because my boss wanted me to sit in it because it impacts us. If you guys have to do that, then if we touch subgrades on our roads, then we have to do the same thing.
we're working with the county right now so that we don't have to build that big mitigation bank down here in the parking lot. So we're working with the county, and where it's going to come into play is when we do these other culverts in the stormwaters, we're going to encompass that mitigation, the area and the footage, into these other ditches and swales.
Okay, and then this is kind of just leading to some stuff. This says a mitigation bank. So if we did this clubhouse parking lot project instead of what you just said, would that only cover what we triggered with that previous project, or would it provide us additional credits for future projects?
Most of it, AJ, would be for what we did wrong. So that's why we're looking to work with the county as we go forward, doing our ditches and our swales and our culverts, to incorporate, work with the county to make it better in the actual stream, in the flow of the water and stuff, so that we can mitigate right on site as opposed to building this down there.
Okay. I'd just like to point out too, I don't think we actually did anything wrong with it. We weren't thinking we had to do this. Mitch went in there saying, oh, this is just normal maintenance, and so it shouldn't trigger this. And the hearing examiner said, no, the county code's pretty clear. If you touch that subgrade, you're triggering that requirement.
You're correct. You're correct. Yep. So now we're trying to work with the county to find a way around not having to spend over $500,000.
Yeah. Well, I think that's great. I don't know if Mr. Bobbing's going to agree with what you want to do, because he was pretty adamant that we had to do that, and he's a pretty stickler.
I think we have a pretty good rapport with that. So.
All right. Well, I look forward to hearing what happens with that.
Okay.
I'd also just like to point out that design and construction of a rec corridor parking lot I just think I don't know. I don't love the idea of just like doing huge parking lot paving projects, because here we are, we're going to trigger a whole bunch more stormwater mitigation and treatment requirements. But that project definitely, if it does need to go forward, certainly has to be calculated and figured with the barn replacement, barn 6 demolition, and I think we should just take it off this document until we figure that stuff out, and then adding it back in or not, depending upon what we figure out and how we want to move forward with that rec corridor area.
Where are you seeing that, AJ?
3738 is the number on the left side. About $1 million between design and construction.
3738.
Design, rec corridor, parking lot, construction, rec corridor, parking lot. It's right above the marina parking lot.
Yeah, that's in 2025, 2026.
Yeah, I realize it's out there ways, but I think it needs to directly correlate with our decisions on that entire area there. And so it's,
you're right. When and if anything gets done down there, that all gets incorporated.
yeah, I think we should, me personally, since we don't know what we're doing there, we don't know when we're going to do it, I don't know that we should have that project in our capital list. Again, because it's driving up what we feel like we need for dues. And if, you know, if we can get by with just patching the parking lot and maybe we just put a micro seal down on the parking lot instead of a full on repave, it would definitely depend upon, you know, I don't know if a micro seal would trigger the stormwater treatment or if it would just be repaving.
I don't know. That would be, I don't know. That would be a tough.
I don't know off the top of my head either.
Yeah,
I'd
I
have to
don't
look
know
into it.
either. I don't know either.
But that's all I got.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Not about roads, but I have just some general budget questions, I guess, to get us moving forward to the next step of this. But I don't want to step on toes if there are still specific questions. No,
Looks
okay.
like we're ready to move
Well,
on.
don't we have to do the mailbox quick first?
Oh, yeah.
Although I don't know if there's much to say.
I think we're getting close to curfew time here, guys.
Yeah, mailbox fund, what page?
Way in the back.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I'm trying to find it. Well, let's see, it's on page 75.
Actually, so for the mailbox fund, actually, this one is really cut and dried. So with this one, so I did what they did in terms of like last year. I just figured it on a fully funded basis according to the reserve study, which took it from 67 cents to $1.10 by the year 2029. Like I didn't see any sort of, in terms of like a SURF or a roads plan, I didn't see any sort of like a mailbox, like a spending plan over 10 years, like what we have for SURF or roads. So I just took the reserve study and looked at what was needed for by the end of 2029 to be fully funded, and just a quick calculation, goes 67 cents in 2021, then in 2022 goes to $1.10, just all the way out through 2029.
Bueller?
Bueller? Go ahead. Okay, I have nothing else, Karen.
All right, so, just thinking through this whole thing, and we're required, both our bylaws and state law, require that we, our budget includes reasonably projected income and reasonably projected expenses. So were we not in the middle of COVID, I would say I am probably 99% confident in this budget. So I have kind of a two-part question, and this is for anyone to answer. Number one, what impact, let's set April aside, but now that we're starting to open things up, what impact are we seeing in revenue or expenses on from COVID, I guess? I know some of these answers, but I don't want to miss anything. And then for 2021, what do we still see as our risk areas, and how do we need to vote on this. I think it's what, Linda, September 3rd, is that the date we chose?
Yep.
that we finally approve this. So we have a little bit of time and some time. So I guess I'm just trying to kind of wrap my brain around where are these risk areas that we might not have, well, just where we might miss the numbers. And then kind of how do we see ourselves getting from where we are now to where we feel comfortable voting in September to cover that. So I'm just kind of opening it up to anybody that has input into that. I guess
I think one of our biggest risk areas is assuming a 95% collection rate.
Yep.
Joel, can you tell us what June's collection rate was yet, or are we still too soon?
No, that one is not calculated yet, but I'll have that one pretty soon.
I mean, we already saw last month that it was less than 90%. And so we're seeing it drop. We're hearing a lot about, you know, the economy and the financial stability of people. And you're hearing a lot about foreclosures and things like that coming up. And while the stock market may be doing, you know, adequately fine for people, a lot of people are still either out of jobs, or they are back to work but underemployed, or they're back to work and making less money potentially because the business just can't pay them what they were paying them, and the employee said, all right, I'll take a pay cut just to keep my job.
Cut overtime.
I think we're going to see our collections rate potentially be a little bit different than what we're accustomed to over the last 5 or 6 years, just because of all of this. We have an election season coming up, which is always uncertain for the economy. The economy never likes the presidential election. You know, especially when it's as divided as where we're at right now. So I personally would like to see us closer to like a 90%, or maybe even a little bit lower than that, to hedge our bets a little bit better.
Okay, what I was kind of hoping for was to get the managers to sort of in their various individual departments kind of maybe cover some things that maybe we're not seeing. I'm aware of collections. I don't know that we right now have any better data than just our guesses based on the news that we're reading. Hopefully by August we will, but I guess I wasn't super clear in my question. That I kind of wanted, what are you seeing either expense or revenue wise, and are there any risk areas in your budget and either side of it that you think, you know, I'm pretty sure that we can hit that number, but it's riskier. I guess that's what I'm asking. I don't know if that makes sense.
I can speak to golf a little bit.
Revenue is risky based on everything I just said.
Yeah, can we let Brian talk to it?
Speak to golf a little bit. So certainly if we continue, if we're in the same place this year as we are next year that we are this year, then certainly outing business will be challenging. There are some benefits to the golf, the track.
I think you just cut out, Brian.
You know, a lot of our typically a lot of our competition for discretionary dollars, concerts.
Can you go back like a minute? You froze for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. So so there's kind of some pros and cons. Obviously, if we happen to be where we are with COVID this time next year, there will certainly be some challenges with outing revenue. Some of those are mitigated by the fact that competition for discretionary dollars is actually on the good side for us. People aren't traveling, people aren't going to concerts, fairs, festivals. So we're seeing our daily play. We're seeing quite high demand for daily play. And then the other big issue is that Jacob and I very much we come up with a plan, but we manage to actuals. So we are always looking at what revenue looks like and making adjustments where we can in terms of our seasonal staff and materials, how much sand we end up purchasing. So we certainly manage to budget, and we manage to actuals. So if our actuals are bad, I feel good that we have a really good track record of managing expenses down.
So what I'm hearing from you, Brian, is you're saying that even though, and I mean, we've talked about it before, that possibly given this condition that we're in now, your revenue projection might be a little bit aggressive, but you feel confident that you can hit that bottom line number, even if you're not able to hit the revenue. Is that what you're saying? Okay, thank you. Any others besides?
So you're confident we'll hit that bottom line revenue or bottom line expense total?
Yeah, as long as
revenue.
things.
So basically you're saying there's room to cut costs to make the budget balance and not have a deficit, basically.
If we don't have outings and we have less play, then a lot of our labor for Jacob and I is in seasonal. So it's stuff that it's labor that we can cut. We're always cutting labor if we're not busy. Outings, the lack of hosting outings is fairly labor intensive. So labor costs go down when you don't have outings. So there's certainly, we have the ability to basically trim labor and trim some materials. We in a perfect world, we'll sand fairways once or twice a year. If we don't have the revenue, we can cut that out. So that's been what we've done historically.
So I'm understanding your budget a lot more right now, Brian, or trying to at least. So what I'm hearing you say is that the expenses that you have budgeted right now are to support that revenue target.
Correct.
And if what you actually find is less play, then there's the ability to reduce the expenses. But in order to hit that revenue target, those are the expenses needed to support that revenue target.
Correct.
Am I saying that correct? Okay, thank you. Anything else? Is it all just golf?
Admin's pretty safe.
Maddie's about the only one that can speak to the marina or rec. You know,
Yeah.
I don't see anybody else in the room that has income like that.
Yeah, luckily the majority of the recreation funding is obviously locked in special assessment funds. And we do get a little bit of outside revenue, almost $30,000 from non-members. But the pools are such a popular amenity. That's the majority of where that income comes from. I'm not terribly concerned because people still love to swim and the rates are pretty reasonable compared to other facilities within Whatcom County. In terms of the marina, that is a bigger question, but even this season, we have a 3-year waiting list to get a wet slip, and we're starting to build a waiting list for our dry slips. So it seems like even with COVID kind of happening right now, we're not experiencing kind of the major effects of it. So I do feel pretty confident about those budgets.
Okay. And then are we seeing any areas where the requirements are causing expenses to increase right now that maybe we haven't captured in our budgets? I don't know if there's, protective equipment or whatever, anything sizable.
That's minor.
seeing-
We stocking up on masks for staff and gloves, and that's just office supplies. And honestly, we bought nothing for 2.5 months because there was no one in the office. So it's totally negligible.
Okay.
Maddie, have you looked at any of that stuff? And I don't know if Brian, I don't know what sort of things you do in the pro shop or, Maddie, I know you've been closed, but is there anything in your planning that you have to submit to open the health club and stuff again? Are you going to be impacted by the PPE that you have to purchase, that sort of stuff?
No, we have all the PPE that we need. I knew that was going to be an issue as soon as the toilet paper went out of the stores. So we started stocking up on that essential stuff. So no, we have reusable masks for our staffs ready to go. We have a ton of liquid disinfectant and a really good source for that. So we're not going to be running out of disinfectant. And Jacob got us a great deal on gloves and we already have safety stuff like goggles or glasses, basic things. So we're okay. We're gonna be fine.
So there's one thing she didn't touch upon that we did have to submit, and it's an overall safety plan for reentry into phase 3 for the association, pools and rec services, and that's been done.
That
So-
doesn't cost money.
Yeah, so now we just wait, which is which is not easy.
So you can't submit your plans for re-entering, reopening until they say we can move to phase 3.
That's incorrect. I must have not stated it correctly. We've already submitted those plans to the health department. So,
Can't they possibly change though, given what's going on?
sure, we could go backwards. That's a potential, but to adjust the phase 3 entry requirements would have to come from the governor's desk. And he indicated as of 2 days ago, that's not currently on the radar.
Yeah, we have, actually, when this all started, worked very closely with DEM, Norm and I and Lisa. We were helping them write policy and process for different scenarios and different things. So they've had quite a bit of our paperwork up there already and have reviewed most of it.
That's good.
So I'm thinking now about next steps. We have, I mean, gosh, it's what, almost 2 months. But in the meantime, I'm sure there's going to be questions that come up. I guess, Joe, sorry, Andrew, if I'm stepping on your toes, but I've just been thinking about this as treasurer anyway. What's the process that I mean, if someone has a question come up like, hey, what's this thing in the budget? I know I always think of questions after the fact and I wish I would have asked that. Is it a continuing discussion at board meetings? Is it an email to you? How do you want us to handle maybe questions that come up about budget things in the interim?
What I would like to see, if you guys had any questions or any concerns over the next few weeks, go ahead and shoot them, CC Joel and myself, so that we can get you the answers. Then we will go, if it's a specific manager, I will forward it to them. We'll get the answer and get it back to you. I think that would be the easiest way to do it, just so that we have a really good idea of what the questions are, so that Joel and myself can then send it to the manager, so that we can get the information back to you guys.
Okay, I would like to request, because probably if one person has the question, we all probably do, or likely someone else, maybe just go ahead and copy the whole board on it also, so we're not asking you duplicate questions and then we can all see the answers too. And then I guess we just need to, I don't know if this is something we need to do now, but we need to decide on a time to have a follow-up discussion. What we did with the finance committee is after, I mean, I guess it was after a week or so, but after some time to think about it, we basically got back together and okay, here's our actual recommendations of things that we, I don't think we actually recommended many changes. Most of it was just to a specific schedule, but it was a discussion about it and then we officially approved it. So I guess we need to get to that point where we are
I think we have
discussing it
already
and then
scheduled a second meeting, haven't we? I have on my calendar, let me look here. Yeah, we have, tomorrow is a regular board meeting. And then on the 16th, I have a special board meeting for the, to discuss the budget.
yeah, I guess my thinking right now is maybe that we might want to have one later than that. I mean, yes, that's on there and there might still be questions, but it might not be until later in August when we have a little bit better data. I don't know.
The timing with that has to do also with having town halls to present the budget to the members. And I think that those meetings were scheduled in August. So we need to have something to, to present.
Town halls, I believe, are, I don't have my budget calendar. I don't have the calendar in front of me. I know Linda does. I want to say.
No, I don't.
Oh, you're
I have
letting me down. You're letting me
I
down.
can run downstairs. Just a minute.
No, I think it's the 5th and the 15th.
It is. I've got it. It's the
Okay.
5th and 15th.
I've got so much junk on my desk up here. It's scary.
No,
One
it's-
of the things we all got, Karen, and I'm sure it's going to raise a good question. The board got sent an email from a member that showed a packet from back in 2011. And it's a discussion, especially that AJ's been asking, that basically shows, and it was part of the budget packet that we're looking at now, without names, but with positions of staff and managers, and that it shows the breakdown of their salaries and their hours and everything else. That used to be part of our packets. Everybody had that information. And I know that especially with some of the conversations we had, especially the other night, was this whole thing of if we add somebody and how does that impact it? And I don't want to talk about it tonight because we're already at 10 o'clock and the cats are laying up here looking at me because it's supper time. But it's just, I'd take a look at it because I think it's something that would not hurt us to have presented to us somewhere along the line for us to look at in the membership too. It's there, it's been in prior packets.
I concur.
Yeah, I think that, having the information is necessary to vote on these things.
Especially when we're looking at 3% increases, this whole thing, and we really haven't talked about that yet. And sorry, I'll take up that flag. How many people out there in the community are going to have a 3% increase next year? How many people, like AJ said, people are taking cuts in pay to keep their jobs.
Amen.
And I don't know how 3% is going to look. The cost of living index for May of this year was a negative 0.1%. And we changed, that's something else we haven't talked about. When Joe first presented his budget, he talked about a cost of living. Cost of living is one thing. The thing that has now changed to is, just a minute, let me get it. A 3% increase to salaries and wages for possible merit increases and or mandatory cost of living increases for minimum wage employees. When you do a COLA, it goes, that was originally presented with all this, everybody gets that 3%. With what's being presented now, some people could end up getting zip. I'm just saying we've changed things a little bit from when this was first put out to what's being looked at now. And for that reason, all you board members, please take a look at your email, because there's an example in there. And if I'm not mistaken, Joel's probably still got those same files. Been using them for years. That's all I got.
Yeah, this all sounds like good discussion for the next follow-up meeting when we kind of talk through all
I
of
think
those
we
things.
need that information before we can discuss at the next meeting, though, is what I
Right.
would propose.
Yes, I agree. Otherwise, we're just doing the same thing and kicking
Yeah, we're
the
just going to
can.
have the same discussion and then wait for the information to then discuss it again, which
Right.
we don't really seem to have time for.
No, and then it's going to be an emergency. Well, we better just make a decision and not have the information, and then we'll be complaining because there isn't an excuse for it.
Or we'll have to call more special meetings on top of the hours that we've all been sitting here already.
Most
to continue.
special.
I don't mean to drag this out forever, but what?
I'm sorry, I was talking to my cat.
No, what? I guess what is you need that information for? Sorry, it's late.
To continue to discuss the budget. I want
Yeah.
an org chart with FTE statuses and salary ranges that go with those positions. That's
Like we
basically
did
what Linda's
previously.
saying.
Did you see your email, Karen? Look in your email.
No, I
as
did.
an
I did.
example.
I am trying to think about how, as a board member, knowing the individual pay rates would.
We're not asking for individual pay rates.
Okay,
At
I'm
least
sorry.
I wasn't.
I'm
just
sorry.
wanted a
That's what I
salary
thought I
range.
saw on there was I did scan it. So I thought what I
It is,
saw on
it
there
does
was.
say, it says the golf manager, it says it has the manager's position, doesn't have a name on it, but has their positions in our organization.
So you think that as a board member, we don't get to know the salary and then we just vote? We just hope it's all going okay? I mean, not to
Well,
sound
I'm not sure what
sarcastic,
you mean.
but
I'm not sure what you mean by hope it's going.
well, I mean, that's
How do
not
we have
how
any
do
idea of
business.
what those line items for salaries are if we don't know what anyone's getting paid?
Right. What if somebody's getting 300,000 and then they're requesting a 6% increase? I mean, wouldn't you want to know how much everyone's getting? And I mean, you're looking at budget, you're looking at money. The bottom line is money.
Can I
It's
work
not
for
about
Sudden
people.
Valley?
Right. Well, it was an example, obviously.
I suppose that I'm looking at things more in aggregate than the individual numbers. I suppose that's not something that I would even be able to verify if a pay, I mean, obviously if I saw a $300,000 one, but that I would be able to verify that a pay rate was accurate or not. But what you're saying more, AJ, is you're looking for just the
Why would
individual.
the pay rate not be accurate? So staff is giving us inaccurate information?
No.
is what
I'm
you're
saying that I wouldn't be able to judge and say whether that's fair or not.
We're not judging whether that's fair or not. We want to see those numbers so we can correlate them to line items in the budget.
Yes.
Well, AJ, I think what I'm hearing you say is you're looking to see what the salaries are so you can add them up and plug that into the proposed budget and make sure that the numbers match.
I want the backup documentation to support this stuff.
Amen.
Like we're
why
just
is
basically
that?
given a budget with no backup information and all we get is just a discussion. Like that's really difficult for someone to make informed decisions that affect 3,100 or 3,100 billable lots without knowing all of this stuff. Like you can disagree with the fact that you don't think you need it. I do. And I don't think other board members get to tell other board members what information they think they need to make an informed vote and decision.
No, I'm not telling you what you need. I was trying to understand how you were going to utilize the data. That's all I was asking for.
Karen, part
Yeah,
of it
me too.
is,
I was
we
just
often say we're like a
I was
small
just trying to
city.
understand what you were looking for, AJ. That's all.
We often say we're like a small city. Well, you know what? I can go on the county website and the city website and I can see individual, I don't even know if they have names, but I know for positions, I can look and see how much for that position a person makes. And that's, if you look at what's in that packet, that's what it is. And do the members have a right, since mostly their dues pay for those employees' salaries? Boy, I sure think they do. I always have. And that's
I
why
agree.
in the past, it used to be in a packet. It wasn't a secret.
I know, because now
I'm
we just
sorry,
look at
I'm
it
getting
and just
loud.
rubber. No, that's fine. I need you to be loud anyway, because one, I can't hear. And two, did you guys hear my grandkids and my dogs? So thank you though, for all those good points. I kind of feel, and then I feel like I'm talked to like I'm stupid because I want this information. It's like, I want it all to match up. Yeah, I'm being asked these questions from the community. So I want to provide this. I want to show this in the meeting. This is what we're looking at. I want all of it there. So we don't have to keep answering these questions.
Yeah, I mean, I get to know pay rates of all the consultants I hire, all the contractors we hire. Like, we require them to submit all of that stuff to us, like, and that's not even our employees.
I'm not putting down anybody else's position. I look at things a little bit differently, though. I start by looking at the manager and his description of what it is that his job is, what it is that he is being asked to do, and how to make him successful. And if he says, I need a certain number of people, and this is the congregated salary for all of these people to do the job, I kind of feel like he is the one who is being asked to do the job. He's being hired because of his expertise, and I trust him. And as I said, I look at things a little bit differently.
Well, that's fine, Leslie, but at the end of the day, like, if he has to know what he needs to get done, then he should already have that information. Like, this isn't information that, like, shouldn't, like, already be known. We already should have all of this information. It should be very easy to apply it. You know, and I just think, like, yeah, it's fine, like, that you trust staff, but staff's job, Joe's job is to, like, Joe's not going to present a budget that just, like, cuts all of his staff members and stuff like that. That's not what staff ever does. Like, staff for local governments don't do that. Like, but it's the board or the council's job to look over that stuff, review it, and either rein it in or give them more or keep it the same or whatever, you know. But at the end of the day, like, it's our decision how much we're going to give them in each of these line items, not staff's. Like, we're the ones responsible for the budget. Like, we approve the budget to go to the membership. It's not Joe's budget, it's our budget. We asked Joe to make it for us. We delegate those duties and we pay him and Joel and Lisa and all of our other managers to create this for us so that we can present it to the membership.
So AJ, I respect your opinion. I'm hearing you clearly. You're coming from maybe a little different place than I did when I was managing an organization in a private, or a corporate company. We didn't necessarily look at every staff position's salary, but what we did do is we had, if I was looking for additional people, I needed to be able to put a business case together that said, this is the increase in production. This is how much productivity each person has. So in my case, in quality, how many inspections they could do in a day, and we knew that different skill levels, a bench inspector versus somebody who did NDT, those were different rates of pay. We knew in industry, we knew in the US, in industry, this is what the industry pays. And frankly, when we were setting up the South Carolina plant, we were hiring. It was a green field. We were hiring new people. There were people that came to us and said, I want X amount of dollars, and we just didn't pay that much. And so we said, I can't make you an offer. So I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know if I need the exact salary somebody's making, but I think what I'm more interested in is how much staff do we need to be able to provide the services that our members expect. That's
fine, but what you're describing sounds to me like you're describing the manager's job and I'm describing the board's job.
Hey guys, can I?
AJ, I feel like you're wanting oversight of the management's
I
job.
want to be able to look at the line items on the salary line items and say, here's how those are driven. We're just given salary line items and we have no way to know if like our FTE positions and those salary ranges that those positions fall into actually match up with any of these line items.
Hey,
And how
guys.
is that
At the end of the day,
micromanaging?
the board has all the authority and responsibility of all the matters of the association. We are responsible for everything. And
Hey,
we
can I just
delegate
say
duties,
one
but
thing?
that doesn't negate our responsibility.
AJ, everyone. I know this is obviously a little thing of contention here. From what I heard, it seemed like AJ was asking for a range of what these positions entail. And I looked at the, our document that we received at orientation, and the org chart. I mean, there's different types of org charts, and I think what AJ is looking for is a little bit more detail on what these positions entail and what a range for that salary is. I don't think anyone needs to know exactly what some person is making. I don't think that's it, but at the same time, there's a sense of frustration that I know AJ's asked for a lot of documents and he hasn't received hardly anything. And, I know I don't want to cause any rifts here, but I believe there's an RCW that covers some of our, some requests from board directors. And, it seems like these documents should be able to be requested without any kind of stonewalling, and especially if someone that has the opportunity to serve on a board. I mean, it's not just a volunteer position. We've got 3,000 households that we have to take care of and oversee. And,
And you want us to just
regardless
take
of
your
what-
word for
what someone, I
numbers?
mean, I don't need this, but I mean, if it's going to help AJ's case and to look at this budget a certain way, I mean, I think that's fine. I don't think he's asking for anything too detailed. I mean, he's not asking for a stool sample from anyone or anything like that, So,
May I chime in
Way to
here?
make it gross, Bowens.
hey, come on, it's late. We're gonna have to put
Well,
cots and pillows
honestly-
on the reserve study pretty soon.
You guys, honestly, the homeowner has a very valid argument. And it was, Linda brought up the argument. I don't see how you can tell another board member that they don't need to know the numbers. And it's not about micromanaging, it's about following our duties.
Oversight.
These are
I heard
documents,
micromanaging, and I think that that's
these are
highly
I have no
documents.
inappropriate.
These
desire
are
to do
docu-
Joe's
The
job for
document,
him.
please look at your email. This information is a spreadsheet that's used. It's used to build a budget, especially when you look at staff and stuff. It's a document that's already created by the association. It's been put in past budget packets. So what is the issue? There should be none.
I will say, on a positive note, I think this meeting has been a pleasure.
Oh,
Almost.
Almost.
Yes,
But, I
let's
mean,
drag
look,
it on longer, Joshua.
People are
just-
getting along. It seems like it's going good.
Hey, Josh, can I interrupt you real quick for a
Yeah,
second?
you can interrupt me anytime you want, Mr. Joe Akla.
I'm just asking, can I release the managers out of this? There is no need.
Yes.
There is
Yes.
no need.
They
for-
want to get some
for this.
sleep.
I think
Yes.
that's a great idea. Thanks, managers, for being here tonight and helping.
Yes. Good night to
Thank
the
you.
manager.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and if we could be timely and wrap up our end, that would be great. We have tomorrow night as well.
I'll take my own personal opinion out of the mix and speak strictly through a legal capacity for what it's worth. I think it's in our best interest to provide board members requesting information. to provide that information to them. And I think we should do that.
I'm
Technically
hearing,
required per the bylaws.
I'm hearing two different things, actually. From one person, I'm hearing, I want the exact number. And from somebody else, it's, I want the range for that position. What are we talking about?
Well, do we have salary ranges per positions? Or is it just an unlimited potential for continued raises?
There are salary ranges.
I think
I'm just-
that's adequate.
I
Sorry,
think
Linda.
that's adequate, but I'd certainly like to see the numbers match up and know where they're coming from. I want backup documentation, and I don't want to sit through 4 hours of meetings and have someone say to me, well, we're telling you that right now. That's not okay. I want backup documentation.
There's information that has been provided in, I'll say it again. I feel like I'm just repeating myself over and over. This is information that has been in past packets budget that have been presented to the budget, to the membership, to the board. A member sent you this information, for heaven's sakes. You know, I don't know. And when you don't want to provide it, it's like,
feels
what
like we're
are we
hiding
hiding?
something.
Linda, do you know why it stopped being provided? I'm just curious.
I don't know, for a while it was off the board. This kind of, we're talking back to in 11 and 12, and that time I was on the board, and that sort of stuff was provided. I know that a former general manager, got everybody, believing that, gee whiz, this isn't something we're going to submit and we're not going to provide to people. And it's part of the reason why, the political capital in this valley is, a lot of people have expended all of theirs, and, I just choose not to do that. I'm saying Andy Schwartz was, and in fact, I think he was controller at that time. He had no problem releasing these documents. It's a document that the accounting manager and the controller at the time used. I probably can go back and find a sheet that still has that kind of stuff in it. It's just, why did we go from, and that's a question for Joe and another different meeting. Why did we go from a COLA to, we're going to pick and choose who gets it? With a COLA, everybody gets 3%.
I think
You have now changed that to say something completely different. And so I'm saying, somebody sent us that information. Let's look at it.
Okay.
I want to make sure I've got a bunch of people that are at minimum wage. I definitely want them to get 3%.
Let's talk about what we're going to do now and not what we used to do, because that's past. If we have salary ranges, what's the comfort level of reducing a range for a position? Not a name, but a range for a position.
I don't have a problem with that. And I also don't have a problem with, I think, I'm trying to understand what AJ's asking for, and I'm supporting that, actually. Because I think he's saying he needs information. And
I sent an email with the information that I wanted. Andrew approved it.
AJ, could I just please finish? I know it's late, buddy. What I don't have a problem also with staff, sharing, these are the roles and responsibilities that folks have. This is what their job function is. We used to call that an RAA. It was just what's the roles, what's the responsibilities, what's the accountability, and that is that what you're kind of looking for too, AJ?
Yeah, I asked for an org chart that showed the hierarchy and who is in charge of who, with FTE status for each position, along with the job description that shows duties, and then a salary range that goes along with each position. Is what I requested, which is it's very standard information for basically every business.
There's basically an org chart like that in the orientation book.
There's not. We've already gone over this.
Let me finish
Leslie.
what I'm going to say, please, because there is something in there, which is a which to me is an org chart, and there's a description of the job that each person does. What is it? And now I'm going to ask you a question, AJ. I'm going to ask you, what is it that's missing there that you need? I mean, I can see most of it there. I can see it doesn't say FTEs on it, but
It
what
doesn't
else is
even show
missing?
the positions.
AJ,
It shows
would you
some
please
position,
shut
it has
up,
some
you know?
positions labeled and other positions are just a grouping of people. We don't actually see how many people make up that grouping. This is why I had to go through and ask all of these questions about FTEs in every single department. Like, that should just be provided to us, like Linda just said, and it was. Like, you can say like we should just talk about moving forward, but like this is how it was done. And the only reason it appears it was undone is because of our previous general manager, who, you know, I'll just not say anything about that. But I'll just read one thing: inspection by director. Every director shall have the absolute right at any reasonable time to inspect all books, records, and documents of the association.
I can't hear.
Andrew, we can't hear you.
Talking, I can't hear. I can't hear it.
The bylaws say that every director shall, which is a must, have the absolute right to request any information they want of the association.
I know. Why is there so much opposition over this little piece of information?
I mean, how much time have we spent on this? I've spent numerous emails. Joe spent time. Now we're talking about this a second night in a row. Like, we could have had this provided to us by now.
Can I chime in? You guys have a track record of using that information to browbeat and berate staff.
You have what?
Excuse me?
We have a track record of what? Who's got a track record? The only people that have been on this board for a substantial period of time are Leslie and
Guys,
Linda.
stop, guys.
It's been,
Can I get the
come on.
host to mute
been
these?
used before to attack staff.
Joe, you just pointed
How does that-
a
how-
finger
like-
at us.
Not you guys. I'm not saying you guys. I'm saying prior boards have used it and the community has used it against staff.
Can I make a suggestion to maybe find a compromise here? I come from the private sector and this was very much confidential information. I did budgets and the only time I could ever see salaries was when I was entering those budgets. And after that, it disappeared from my view. I could not take this type of information outside of the office.
Did you work
So
were you on the board of the company?
I'm sorry, we're interrupting now.
No, the board definitely did not have this level of information at all. It would,
All
no.
of my consultants that I've ever worked with in the private industry have all this information. Local governments have all this information. Like,
Yes, I agree that governments have this information. In the private sector, we did not provide salary level detail from people. So I can understand the concern of wanting to keep it private. And many of the financial records that we used could not leave the premises. Is it possible for us to have some sort of compromise where you are able to go and view it, but not have it in your possession so it doesn't get distributed widely outside of people that have a definitive need to see the information? I know that you guys believe that all members have a right to this, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that, but I'm saying, can we get to a compromise here? You need to see it for the budget. That is a pretty quick turnaround. But at the same time, I can appreciate how certain financial data is considered, I don't know if confidential is the right word, but maybe proprietary, where you wouldn't want it distributed widely. We publish our financial statements, anyone can see that. But certain things, I mean, I do bank reconciliations and I look at, I sign the checks. I can't take that stuff away from the office. It needs to stay there. It belongs, it's information that belongs to the association.
I agree with what you're saying, Karen. When I used to travel, that kind of data I was not allowed to take with me.
you guys may agree with that, but it's in direct violation of the bylaws. The director's right shall include the right to make extra copies of documents at reasonable cost to the association.
But
Doesn't
AJ,
cost
I think what Karen's
Yeah.
trying to do is provide a compromise where how
I'm
could
not
we
looking
get-
for a compromise. I'm looking for the documents I
You're looking for
requested
what
per
you
the
want,
bylaws.
dude. I get it. I get it. You feel very strongly about this.
There's no reason for a compromise on this.
What she's proposing is there a way to get the data, but that it's protected so that it stays with the board? I think that's what I'm hearing. Am I hearing? that
Karen, then no, I'm
I
sorry. Go
can't
ahead,
even
Rob.
get an
I want to say
email
something
to
to
stay
Karen.
with the board. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is sorry, guys. This is just such an odd conversation because
Amen.
we're lacking transparency here. And on the totem pole is the membership first. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here. And I mean,
Karen, I'll be very happy with your, hey, I get to know what it is. I got some stuff from Joe not too long ago that I'm still looking at for myself. My whole point is you explain to everybody that you're going to get an email from why they're not entitled to know when in the past it has been in the budget. And I don't care what you say, Leslie, about the past is the past and you move forward. We're not moving forward. We're moving backwards. No, the trust in the community amongst the board. Why do you think we did the recall? Think about that, some of you that are still here that were on that. And that's why, is you've spent your political capital. Choose if you want to
Excuse
keep
me.
spending
Let's,
it.
let's stop this now, please, Linda. Thanks for that comment. I agree that the materials provided to board members, we all have access to association documents and to everyone's point, as long as they stay contained within the board. So I think we need to provide Andrew with excuse me, Steffi, I think we need to provide Andrew with the information he's requesting. I think from a risk perspective, the association would benefit highly by providing that information. I think we'd incur more risk by not providing it.
You said something incorrectly. I just wanted to make sure you didn't mean to say that. I wanted to clarify with you, Mr. President. You said that, did you say that we were able to see them, but they had to stay within the association?
What I'm saying is we have a board member requesting information, and through a strictly getting my own personal opinion out of the way, I think we need to provide the information to Director Tischler or Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but what mode are we going to do that? Because the bylaws state that he can have them, make copies of them. He can have them, physical copies. So what will we do?
I'm coming at this from, we have a director requesting information. And so I think it's healthy to talk about how those documents are contained in, in whatever way. I think information that we get from the organization, requests from the organization as board members, we're privy to those, but to everyone's point, I don't think we need to go blasting it out everywhere. And I don't think anyone's saying that they're intending to do that. So on that basis, we have a director requesting information, and I think we need to provide that to him.
Okay, I got that part. Thank you so much. So we're going to take where he's going to get the information, but so we are excluding the membership.
So I believe if the membership wants information, they have to submit a information request. I don't think that anything should be sent directly from a board member to members. They would have to go through.
No one said that. I'm sorry, Karen, no one said that. But what I'm saying is, are we excluding the membership?
The issue at hand right now is a director is requesting information. And
Well,
I'm trying to be responsive to so one thing at a time, I guess is what I'm saying. One thing at a time. We have a director requesting information.
That, but you made the comments, you said the words, so I'm clarifying. I don't understand why everything has to be so circular. I'm trying to clarify because you said that he could have them with keeping them within the association. I didn't know what that meant. I'm trying to clarify because like Linda Bradley said, people are going to want an explanation why they can't know. And yes, they know they can submit a request, but they say they submit requests and they don't get information. So I'm asking, I'm just point blank asking, are we excluding the membership from that information?
I'm I'm not excluding anyone. I'm responding to a direct request from a board member. Does that make sense?
But now Steffi's asking you a follow-up question.
Because of comments that you made.
If the board is interested in sharing that particular information with the entire membership, I think we would want to all have some sort of consensus and run that through legal to make sure we're okay as an association to do that. Again, I'm just trying to take my personal opinion out of this and just make sure we can in fact provide that to the larger membership. But I think first things first, we need to get the information to any board member, because as that was read to us, we're entitled to that
Yeah.
information.
So do you think we should give a timeline for when he should have that?
Well,
Because
I think
you've
we
been
need to
asking.
have it before our next discussion on the budget for sure, at a
Well,
bare
I mean,
minimum.
I'm asking because you've asked before. So in an effort to finalize this conversation, can you put a timeline on your needs to be known? Because it looks like the president just said you need your information. Can we
Mr.
get-
President, go ahead, Steffi.
Oh,
Finish.
I was gonna say, can we get AJ the information by tomorrow, Mr. President?
I don't have, that would be an action carried out by staff, Steffi. So I think we need to ask Joe that question.
Joe, can we get AJ in an effort to end this?
Friday by noon?
Okay.
What, can you repeat that? You're too far from your mic.
Can I have it to you Friday by noon?
I'm fine with Friday by the end of the day.
Okay.
Yay!
Then I'll say, Mr. President, I had a request that's different than AJ's, that has to do with an email that you've received. And I'd like you to take and look at your email about information about, it's employees and what they make, but it used to be included in our budget packets, and why it's not. And, if Karen wants to go with, we can look at it, but it can't go out to the membership. It's just, where are we going to go with this? Or are we going to once again go and hide something that we should have transparent out there, because the membership's dues pay for the people's salaries and benefits?
Hey, Linda, the reason I said that is because I'm wondering if there was an incident or some guidance, legal guidance, or some guidance given to us that said, maybe that's not published. Again, I come from the private sector where that stuff is held pretty tightly. And I know a lot of you come from the public sector where it is on the internet. So,
But you keep saying it's held very tightly, but I have a completely different experience with private sector companies, and their finances are very open for the most part, especially publicly traded companies.
the C-suite people are, but not necessarily. When you get very large companies and you just have these like salary bands and you can just say, oh yeah, you're an L2 or whatever. I mean, yeah, my husband worked for GE and it was kind of like that. But you get a smaller private company where, you can match up this person with that job, and then kind
I
of
work
like we
with
are, and
lots
you
of
get a little bit
smaller
more.
companies too that have these exact same, that have all the same information. Work with small business SBAs and bigger corporations, big contractors, little contractors. They all have this information.
Hey, guys,
I think we've already settled that we're getting the information and Joe's giving it to us by Friday. So maybe we're ready to adjourn this.
AJ,
yeah, I think it's,
can I
Go
time
ahead,
it?
Joe.
Lisa is out of town until over the weekend, and I don't have access to her computer to pull that stuff out.
Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with like Tuesday by the end of the day
I'll have
or
it to you
Wednesday.
I'll have it to you Monday. I misspoke. I thought I could walk through be able to go through her computer and do all that good stuff, and I can't. So
I am
So,
so
Mr.
terrible at cutting in on these conversations. But
So, Mr. President, I'm still waiting for an answer to my question from you.
hold on a second, Linda. One second. Andrew, first of all, thanks for facilitating that request. Joe, I don't think anyone here wants to berate staff.
I'm not saying they you guys, but it has been done in the past.
Right. There's been a lot of crazy stuff that's been done in the past. Board members have had stuff sent to their employers and stuff like that. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. This place gets wild. And but you know, we're here at 1039. We are all dedicated to doing something good for this community. So whatever that takes for a board member to do their job, I think that's a great thing. And you know, we're all in it to win it here. So, you know, let's do the right thing at all times, at all costs.
And Linda, I will read your email and get back to you.
Will you just read the one that you got that talks about that? It was sent to the full board from a member, and just take a look at the screenshots that are out of that, you know, and it's like, I'm saying that, you know, it's, and to Joe's comment, a lot of times the membership is told that our staff isn't paid well. And if that's the truth, then that's the truth. If people, and it's true, it's perception, but you know, they can look and say, wow, that's not the case. You know, I remember a few years ago, and it's before you were here, we were told that the employees had such a really horrible health plan, and people looked at all their health plan and went, well, heck, it's as good as mine. And it just takes away this whole perception. You know, yes, some staff will say, I don't get paid well, and some of our staff don't get paid well. I feel sorry for a lot of our seasonal workers. You know, I understand why you struggle with finding people for CVC, but in the meantime, it's something that's always been there before. And as long as you put it behind a curtain, you're going to have people saying, what are they hiding? It's just, Andrew, it's being transparent.
Linda, I haven't had a chance to see my email. I don't recall anything like that coming in. I'll take a look. Are you asking all of us to look at it?
Pardon me, Rob, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I was sitting back for a minute.
I'm sorry. I didn't notice an email come in in regard to this file that you're talking about. So
I'll forward it to you. It was to the board, and hopefully you've been attached to the board emails.
yeah, maybe. Anyway, are you asking that we all take a look at it? Because I'm interested in what.
Yes, absolutely. It was something, I'll send you it and you'll see what it looks like, because it shows that it was presented and included in the budget packages every year. And I'll be happy to forward that to you when we get done here.
Thank you.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
I'll take that as acclamation.
Acclamation, yes.
Good job, Steffi. Okay. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, see you tomorrow night, 6:30.